And with that, I will call this meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission to order and ask Mr. Nguyen to conduct the roll call.
Chair Heckman.
Present.
Vice Chair Rukovar is absent. Commissioner Olczak.
Present.
Commissioner Lowing. I think I heard a present there.
Yes.
Commissioner Suma.
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
I'm here.
Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving on to oral communications. This section is for the public to speak on items not on tonight's agenda. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the top of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, press *9 to raise your hand. Mr. Nguyen, are there any public speakers for oral communication?
Yes, we currently do have one raised hand. Our first speaker will be Rebecca.
Hey there. Hope you are doing well, and thank you for taking my comment tonight. I just wanted to say that I was at the city council meeting just the other night, Monday night, and the city council made a really important point, several important points that I hope that you all will consider, maybe on the top of your mind as you continue to move forward and consider these applications. And that point was really about sustainability and the urgency of sustainability. You're probably aware that the city council and the city of Palo Alto has a sustainability plan, but that plan is really contingent on us not moving backwards in big ways, but rather being consistent with current measures, current approaches, not making big exceptions to the rule. And there have been some issues that have come before you all where it's kind of like sustainability wasn't something that the city had considered at all. And so maybe that's why you all didn't either, giving you the benefit of the doubt. One example, of course, is Castellea's proposed underground garage and the 80 or so private cars that Castellea intends to have parked there. For us to reach the 80-20, the 70-30 goal, I wish it were 80-20, it's too late for that, this city seeks to reach, we can't move backwards in terms of single-use vehicles. We just can't, single occupancy vehicles. And it is well established that, in creating parking lots, creating parking garages, cause more cars to be on the roads, especially when other alternatives are extremely readily available, such as the case with Castellea, which is located within blocks of public transit spots. I mean, if there's any school that doesn't need an underground parking lot, that's Castellea. Yet you all didn't seem to even bat an eye on that, even though the plan involves destroying 150 ancient trees, which can't be moved and can't be replanted. It also includes razing to the ground a lot of existing structures, including a dormitory that could be used for housing. So we know that housing removes cars from the road. Office space puts it there. Let's be more mindful, please, when you consider applications. Thank you so much on behalf of our planet.
Are there any additional public speakers, Mr. Nguyen?
There are no more raised hands, so that concludes public comments for this item.
Members of the commission, are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions anyone would like to daylight? Seeing none, we'll move now on to city official reports. Ms. Tanner, do you have a report for us?
Thank you, Chair Heckman. Commissioners, good evening. Just a few items to report.
One that I want to remind everyone of, and I believe we talked about this last time, is that we are now recruiting for our housing element working group. So I'm sharing the flyer we have here about our working group, asking folks who are interested to please apply to serve. This working group is going to make a big difference in our city by helping shape the housing policy in our community. We are seeking to have a diverse group that is representative of all of Palo Alto. We have a few items listed here: renters, senior, neighborhood association, housing developers, service providers. That's just really a small list. We couldn't fit all of it on this wonderful flyer, but we need really folks from every walk of life in Palo Alto to make sure that our housing element is shaping the next 8 years of our housing policy. It's really, really very important. Folks who are interested can go to cityofpaloalto.org/HE update, as in housing element update, to apply. Applications are due March 5th. So that's not this Friday, but next Friday, 2021. And if you all know folks who would be interested in serving or good candidates, just encourage you to reach out to them. You can also provide their name or email or phone number as they are willing to have it be shared with staff, and we can reach out. Again, we want to have a diverse group that's very representative of Palo Alto, including persons of color, young people, seniors, making sure we really have a diverse body representing Palo Alto. And this group will be advising staff and also advising the city council as we are trying to craft our new housing element, which lasts for the 2023 to 2031 housing element cycle. So again, we may send this out to all of you again, just to remind you to send it out to any persons that you know who may be interested. We also, just kind of on the note of housing, the draft RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, has been sent by ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, to the Housing and Community Development Department in the state of California for their feedback and review. That will come back to ABAG with any comments from HCD before they prepare the final allocations for each jurisdiction in the Bay Area. They expect that that will happen sometime in the spring, and then the appeals would be could be filed by jurisdictions that want to appeal in the summer of 2021. Something new this year, not only can jurisdictions appeal their own allocation to say, we think we have a number that may be incorrect for our community, but other jurisdictions can appeal another jurisdiction's allocation. That's not something that's been available before. So we are anxious to see if that will happen, and certainly how that will play out in Palo Alto and the rest of the Bay Area. Lastly, coming up in City Council, next week, City Council does have a pre-screening for 3045 Park Boulevard, which is a request for a zoning amendment to create an overlay on some properties that are along the Caltrain station near California Avenue. And that will be a pre-screening to see what council's kind of initial thoughts are regarding that project. Other than that, there aren't any planning or development service items, and that's a pre-screening, so it's certainly something that hasn't come before this board yet. And the state of the city is also going to be on March 4th, 2021. I'm going to hand it now over to Philip Cami, the Director of the Office of Transportation, who's going to provide an update as well.
Hello and good evening, PTC commissioners and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and tonight I just have a couple of brief items to brief you on. One, I just want to mention that tonight the expanded, well, just before this meeting, the expanded Community Advisory Panel, the XCAP, of which Commissioner member Carrie Templeton is a member of, just completed their report. And I wanted to note that it will be going to City Council as a study session for a special meeting that's scheduled for March 23rd. I think one of the members tonight, or the chair, mentioned that I think they've had something like 47 meetings. So quite a lot of work that the XCAB members contributed to this report. So, and also members of the public as well. The second one I wanted to mention, which is a project that's going to go way back for some of you members who were on the commission for a while. But we have the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeway project, which was actually approved by the Planning and Transportation Commission in December of 2014, and then consequently by council in 2015. And after staff had outreach to the community, the school district, and payback, and the project seemed to have some real movement, but then in 2018, prior to, I joined the office, and the Office of Transportation had quite a few staff shortages, the project had really been put on hold, and now the project is back re-engaged, and it restarted back in October of 2019, and the project's now at 95% design. And last month, we presented the project plan to the PAUSD school board to seek approval for the easements, and had some very positive reception from the PAUSD. So I just want to, because it's been quite a long time, I just want to refresh your memories on this project. Essentially, the project is connecting from the existing bicycle path that ends on Churchill, just at the Pali High School entrance. So it kind of terminates there, runs along Caltrain, and then terminates there at the entrance. And then at that point, right now, under existing conditions, it goes up to the El Camino Real in the street. And so the proposed modification is to extend that bicycle path all the way from that area, all the way up Churchill, all the way to El Camino Real, where there's going to be improved crossings. And currently there's a pork chop, and there's not an option for pedestrian push button. There's actually no crossing on the side of Pali on El Camino Real to connect to the Stanford Perimeter Trail. So this would propose not only a crossing on that side, but pedestrian timers, and eliminate the pork chop and add a right turn lane, which currently does not exist. So there'd be some capacity for cars to store there. And it would add high visibility crosswalks, not just the one at El Camino and Churchill, but also at Madrono and Churchill, and at Castilleja. So quite a few safety improvements in this area. And so we're really excited to be moving forward with the project. And so I wanted to update PTC, as it's been quite a while. And the project is, it looks like everybody froze.
I think they're back.
Oh, am I back? Where did I lose?
You might be frozen, Philip. Now you're unfrozen, at least for me. So we heard everything you were saying, though.
Oh, okay, excellent. All right. Well, as I'm still not seeing anybody move, so it's a little bit strange. But just want to note that there's information on the project on our project page, which is on the Office of Transportation within the city of Palo Alto.org and Office of Transportation. It's called the Churchill Avenue Multimodal Improvement Project.
Thank you. And I do have one other thing to add. Thank you, Philip, for this great update. It's nice to see things moving forward, even if it's been a little while. That also on the 1st of March, Council will consider the appointment or reappointment of members to this body. And so we look forward to that happening as well. I believe it's under special orders of the day for that evening. And the final thing I want to say, I am involved in our city's COVID-19 response, and there's not really a lot of new updates. We did have some great conversations this week with businesses on Cal Ave and University. Some are still struggling, but many are finding the ability to restore outdoor dining is doing very well for the restaurants. The farmers market on Cal Ave also had a new layout this past weekend, past 2 weekends actually, and it's been going very well. Both vendors and visitors are finding it to be helpful, and it really is integrating the businesses that are there with the market. So they're really kind of really building on their symbiotic relationship that they have. We are looking forward to hopefully in the next few weeks that the county may move to the next tier. We're currently in the purple tier, which again is the tier that has the most widespread transmission of the COVID-19 virus in the county, but we're hoping that soon we'll move to the red tier, which does relax some restrictions for dining, retail, and other things. So please do continue to be vigilant, as we sadly just passed the 500,000 mark in terms of deaths in this country from COVID-19. And so certainly while we are all, I think, looking towards a bright future, there are many, many families who are still grieving and sadly not having their loved ones with them. So with that, we are available for questions. I know Philip had to run this evening, but certainly if you have any questions regarding his project, we can convey those to the Office of Transportation.
Suma, did you have a question? Can you hear me? Ms. Tanner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Suma did not have a question. She kind of shook her head.
Okay. All right, if there are no questions for staff on the city official reports, we'll move to the action items. And as we do that, I will note what all the commissioners have no doubt noticed, we have a packed agenda tonight that we will be fortunate if we can finish, I would say by 11 o'clock. So I'm going to ask all of us to be succinct in our comments where we can, and I'll actually be providing some aids to that effect when we get to item 4. But we will start with item number 2. It's a public hearing, quasi-judicial, 640 Fairmead Avenue. It's file 20 PLN-00203. Recommendation on applicant's request for a preliminary parcel map with exceptions to divide an existing 23,000 square foot parcel into 2 approximately 11,500 square foot lots, larger than the maximum allowed by the zoning code, to facilitate construction of 2 new single-family residences.
Thank you,
We have a
Chair.
staff report.
We do. We have Miss Emily Foley, one of our excellent planners here, who will be making the presentation. We do also have the applicant who, following Miss Foley's presentation, will make a presentation as well. Miss Foley?
Hi, good evening, everybody. Please give me a moment to pull up the presentation. As Chair Heckman was saying, this is the presentation for 640 Fairmead, which is a preliminary parcel map with exceptions. This shows some context for the site. It is before the PTC because it requires approval to create lots that are larger than the allowable maximum size for the R1 zoning district. In this case, the maximum size is 9,999 square feet, and the lots as a result of this subdivision would be 11,855 and 11,215 respectively. This image shows the block that the project is located on. And as you can see, the lots in the neighborhood are somewhat larger than typical R1 lots. The lots on this block, excluding the existing property, range between 6,700 and 12,800 square feet. The average, not including the subject property, is 10,154 square feet. For reference, the standard for the zoning code is 60 feet wide by 100 feet deep. This shows the existing conditions for the site. It is currently a single-family house on an oversized 23,000 square foot lot. It is 134 feet wide and 167 feet deep. The line that you can see in the middle of the property represents a previous underlying lot line. In 2016, there was a lot line adjustment, and the rear portion of the site was transferred from the property to the rear, which is 639 Arrastradero, to the 640 Fairmead Avenue property. This shows the proposed subdivision. It would be 2 lots to facilitate 2 single-family houses. Currently, the applicant plans on building 1-story houses, which would require only a building permit, no additional planning entitlement. And then this shows the dimensions and area of the 2 lots. When considering approval of the project, it is important to consider that the properties would be a consistent size with other lots in the neighborhood. It also meets the findings for an exception for the lot size. And additionally, the new lots will be more in compliance with the zoning code than the existing 23,000 square foot lot. And as a result, the city would gain at least 1 new housing unit. Staff recommends that the PTC recommend approval on the project. And that concludes my presentation. As Rachel mentioned, we have the applicant, Mike Ma, here today to talk about the project and answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foley. Before we go to Mr. Ma, I want to find out if any of the commissioners have any questions for you regarding your staff report.
Chair Templeton, this would also be an appropriate time for any disclosures because this is a quasi-judicial item.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
I'm not sure, Mr. Yang, if you were addressing me or Chair Heckman. I do live nearby in the adjacent neighborhood to this property, but I was informed by Mr. Yang that no recusal would be necessary.
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. Any other disclosures or questions of staff? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I will open the public hearing and call on the applicant. And Mr. Ma, under our rules, you have up to 15 minutes. Welcome.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, good evening. I am Mike Ma. I'm the architect on this project for the property owner, Miss Catherine Shen. So as Emily did a very good presentation and thorough with the thorough detailed information, this is the best way we can try to figure out dividing a large lot like this to a more compatible parcel similar to the neighborhood. I'm here to answer any of the question, as well as the property owner, Ms. Catherine Shen, is also available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. This is the point where we would take a comment from other members of the public. And so we'll open the floor for that purpose. Raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there's a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. And if you're dialing in from a phone, you press *9. Mr. Nguyen, do we have any public speakers for this item?
Yes, we do have one raised hand. And our speaker will be Rebecca. Just one moment, please, for the timer. Medina, if you're there, can you please put up the speaker timer? Okay, our speaker will be Rebecca.
Hi there. I just want to say that your time is being totally wasted. The answer to this is obviously this needs to be approved, but the city staff again had a pretty kind of brain dead report. Sorry, not sorry. The recommendation is to make an exception in this rule. So backing up, here's what's going on. Property owner owns a parcel that is, I'm just going to round, 25,000 square feet. Property owner wants to divide 25,000 square feet into two smaller parcels that are 12,500 square feet each. City says, uh-oh, you need an exception, you need a variance because the result of your division is bigger than the maximum allowed. So what's going on here is that the law as written actually leads to a result where 25,000 square feet is preferred to 12,500 square feet when the actual legal minimum is under 12,500 square feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is literally a huge waste of your time because the policy is clear that there is a maximum lot size and between 25,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet, clearly public policy weighs in favor of 12,000 square feet. So the law is written poorly. So what Mr. Late should have done in his memo is he should have directed this to Molly Stump's office if she had a competent land use attorney or someone who could write, who would then change the wording of the zoning codes to say that any subdivision that results in a smaller size lot that is closer to the legal maximum than the original does not have to go before review because it's clearly intended by the overall zoning code. In other words, this never should have had to come before you. This is a clear, obviously, yes. I'm troubled that this report had to be written, that your time had to be wasted, that the homeowner actually had to undergo the stress of doing this when common sense and legal precedent and everything else. It just leads us to an obvious yes. The problem here is that the law is written poorly. The law needs to be clarified. No one should ever have to come before you if they're subdividing a lot that's to make it smaller in the context of a maximum lot size, not a minimum. I hope you agree. Thank you.
Ms. Eisenberg, Mr. Nguyen, are there any other public speakers on this item?
There are no more raised hands, so that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. And I believe under our process, the applicant is entitled to a final word. So Mr. Ma, if you feel like there's anything you would like to add, now is the time to do that.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add, but yeah, question from any commissioner are welcome. I'm happy to hear and to answer any of the question. Thank you.
And so I would like to start there and find out if any of our commissioners do have questions for Mr. Ma. Please raise your hand if you do. I am not seeing any hands, so I will thank you, Mr. Ma, and we will move to commission deliberation. Are there any commissioners that would like to step up and speak first? Commissioner Olczak.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't think there's any rational or even sensible reason not to recommend that council approve this subdivision request. Before I make a motion for such a recommendation, I do want to highlight that this is a prime example of what our zoning framework in some respects lacks. And because we're going to talk about our housing element in the next section, I just think it's a good opportunity to sort of make that point. In other more progressive communities in the Bay Area, of which there are too many, alternative, more flexible housing options would be possible on a parcel like this one. There are modern interpretations of what some would call a triplex or quadplex arrangement that would be possible on a parcel like this in a zoning framework that we don't have. And so as we endeavor to populate this housing element committee, and we begin to have these discussions over the next couple of years, there are great articles about, for example, in Berkeley, where they take a parcel just like this one, and instead of subdividing it, they will they have the flexibility in their code to allow them to develop 3 residential structures on the lot that share, for example, some common areas, maybe 1 pool instead of 2, which would easily be possible on this lot, maybe a shared garden. These more flexible approaches to housing are, in my opinion, a far better use of 23,000 square feet. And I imagine that that if that opportunity existed, maybe the architect and maybe the owner would consider it, because I'm sure it would also make more financial sense for them if they could build 3 homes that are 3,000 square foot each, as opposed to 2 homes that are 5,000 square foot each. And so, yeah, I support this because this is the best we can do. Unfortunately, it's not the best that can be done. And so as we begin to sort of contemplate where our code should go from here, this is the chance. These 24, 28, 35,000 square foot parcels that litter Palo Alto should be more amenable to what I would call a modern quadplex, which is not basically a big building with 4 different entries. It could be 3 different structures that are really carefully placed on a property in a way that fits in. So anyways, with that, I'd like to move that we recommend approval of this application to City Council.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Alchek and a second from Commissioner Suma. Thank you for that. Any of the commissioners want to? Well, we have a motion and a second, so I guess push it back to Commissioner Alchek to see if you need to speak further to your motion. No. Commissioner Suma, do you have any comments regarding your second?
No, only that I think we should accommodate other commissioners opining on the issue. The motion came early, but I'm happy to second it.
And that was my intent. Thank you, Commissioner Suma. So Commissioners Lowing and Templeton, would either of you like to weigh in on this? Commissioner Templeton.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to figure out like what are the available flexible options. I know we have cottage courts and things like that in other parts of Palo Alto where larger lots have been turned into multiple units. But I wasn't super clear if that was an option in this case, or if that's still an option. A lot of those cottage courts are older. So, I totally understand if this is the direction that the property owner would like to go. But I echo Commissioner Alchek's comments that, wouldn't it be lovely if we had a little bit more flexibility to offer property owners if they wanted to add more properties like this to large lots. Thanks.
Mr. Templeton, if you'd like, we can have Ms. Foley address the question regarding the cottage courts, if you would.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, so I believe that in the R1 district, the only option would be that obviously there's capacity to add ADUs. So ultimately they could have the 3 units that consist of the main house, a detached ADU, and an attached junior ADU. It depends. Throughout the city, there's a couple different ways that cottage clusters are set up. Several of the ones that I've seen have the rear properties as flag lots, and our subdivision code does prohibit creating new flag lots. So that is one barrier to that type of development.
Thank you for weighing in on that. I know that we have a few that while they're older, when they get renovated, because they were created in R1 zones, that they have to remove those additional properties and turn them into R1 for the renovation, which is kind of, one, it says that there have been cottage courts and cottage clusters in R1, what are currently R1 zones. But 2, this might be something, we could ask City Council to consider revisiting or sending back to us for further study. So just wanted to point out that this is an opportunity, because we look at this lot and see a lot of potential, and would love to be able to address that for future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, I was ready to either make the motion or second it. So I'm in agreement here, and it is within the zoning code. I think relative to where we are, it's actually better. We have a net increase of 1 housing unit, so I support it.
Thank you. I also will be supporting the motion, and I just would like to clarify for members of the public and the applicant. Sometimes our processes may seem cumbersome. But it's the way our code is laid out. And so where we have, as for example, here, a maximum lot size of 9,999 square feet, that actually serves a purpose, an important purpose within our code, because As much as some people like to take land and subdivide it, there are some people in our jurisdiction that would actually like to put parcels together and actually reduce our housing stock. And so that 9999 figure is protective of keeping our parcels small and keeping them available for housing. And unfortunately, because here the lot is more than 20,000 square feet, the resulting lots are bigger than what we say the maximum is. And so that's why we have this exception process as a relief valve, where something clearly makes sense, but it would be technically not in compliance with our codes. And I like that structure of our code, but I can appreciate that sometimes people would say, well, why do you even have to talk about it? It's so obvious. So with that, I will call for the vote. Oh, sorry, before I do that, I am now seeing 2 hands raised. So let me check in on those. Commissioner Alcheck.
A quick question. I didn't know that. That's new information for me, that idea that you can't create new flag lots in Palo Alto. Is that true? So just
Sorry, just to answer orally for the record, the code does prohibit the creation of new flag lots.
So just a quick question here. If we're looking at packet page 13, if, for example, the lot behind 640, 639 wanted to subdivide and create new housing units, it wouldn't be able to create some sort of flag lot and split that what looks like giant lot into one, like that wouldn't be this subdivision.
The lot on the other on Arastradero.
Yeah, I'm just sort of curious. So that is there a way around a flag lot rule, or is it do we define flag lots as like an easement process, or is there some sort of minimum street frontage that we require of all lots?
Mr. Yang could probably respond in terms of the general rule. I think we did have recently the case, though, you may remember, of the historic home where it was an existing flag lot condition, and we allowed that condition to remain in order to create, we subdivided it. This was Ms. Raybold's project. The historic homes were being retained and I believe being renovated. And so that was a case, I think, I don't know if it's technically an exception in the same way that this parcel map exception is being made, but that was a rare instance where that was allowed to persist.
Okay,
Mr. Yang, did you want to comment on?
Let me withdraw the question because I don't want to take up time right now, but I will just highlight, this is an example of like a technical issue that would potentially affect future subdivisions like this one that I imagine 639 would comply with, which is why when we have these discussions later on, we go, well, what's stopping us from creating more housing units? Rules like no new flag lots might be part of the problem. And so just keep that in your mind when we get to the time to have that discussion.
Well, we have our senior housing planner here listening for our next item. So I know he's taking notes on this as I have been chatting him, saying these are interesting topics. Please,
we can hear about it at a later date.
Absolutely.
Suma. Your hand is up, Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. Just to address Commissioner Templeton's interest in cottage clusters, I did want to draw attention to policy L 3.3 in the comprehensive plan, which encourages retention of cottage clusters, and also wants to encourage considering this type of development. It hasn't made it into the municipal code, but it is in the comp plan. And that was something that was dear to my heart as a comp plan person. So the intention is there, and it is something that this body could look at as a policy in the future for municipal code change.
Thank you. It would be great to connect those dots.
We have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. Mr. Nguyen, please conduct a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alcheck,
Aye.
Chair Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with one commissioner absent.
Thank you, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for an efficient agenda item. Let's try again with item number 3 tonight. That is a review of the 2020 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report and the 2020 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have Chitra Moitra and Tim Wong here to co-present with you this item. Ms. Moitra will be presenting about the Comp Plan Annual Progress Report, and Mr. Wong will be presenting about the Housing Report. We're very, very excited to have Mr. Wong. He rejoined the city after a few years, learning more and experiencing housing policy work in Mountain View. So we are so glad to have him back right in time for our housing element. And of course, Ms. Moitra has been working with us for several years and has the privilege of working on this project. And so we're very excited to have her presenting tonight. We're also supported by Claire Campbell, our long range planning manager, who's also available for questions for this item. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Moitra and then Mr. Wong to present.
Good evening, commissioners. Just give me a second to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Chitra Moitra, planner, long range planning section. Tonight, we are presenting 2 annual reports, annual progress reports. First is the Comp Plan Annual Progress Report, which includes 410 policy programs included in the implementation chapter of the Comp Plan. That is attachment A of your staff report. And the second annual progress report we are presenting is the Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And that contains 72 programs along with cities' compliance and accomplishments towards the regional housing need allocation, RHNA numbers. So as Rachel said, I would be doing the comprehensive plan portion of it, and Tim Wong, our senior housing planner, would be doing the housing element annual report part of it. So why are we preparing this report? What is the need for this? Government Code section 65400 requires that every jurisdiction has to prepare annual reports on the comprehensive plan and the housing element and present it to the legislative bodies, and further in future for submittal to the Office of Research and Office of Planning and Research, which is OPR for the comprehensive plan, and HCD, Department of Housing and Community Development, for the annual housing element report. And as I mentioned before, the Comp Plan APR has the program implementation status, and the housing element APR has the program implementation status and cities' progress towards the RHNA goals and list of building permit activities, which was issued in 2020. So as I said, these 410 programs belongs to different elements of the Comp Plan. And here is the rundown of the number of programs by the elements. So as we can see, the land use element has 63 programs, transportation element has 87 programs, natural environment has 109, safety has 80, community services and facilities have 42 programs, business and economics has 14, and the last one, governance, has 15 programs in them. So how do we assess these programs? So what we do is in December of every year, planning division staff sends out all the policies and programs to the different departments responsible for implementing them. And these departments assess these individual programs based on these 3 following criteria. The number one is the priority of the program. So which says that whether the program is a short-term, medium-term, or long-term program, or is it a routine program. The second criteria is the level of effort required to implement the program. This is the, in your attachment A, this is the column which shows dollar signs next to it. And of course, the dollar signs has nothing to do with the fiscal implications or the cost of the program, but it denotes the complexity of the program or the effort which is required to actually execute the program. So $1 sign means small, 2 means medium, and 3 means the program requires a large effort, meaning a lot of city departments have to contribute to that. And the third status is the status of the program, which says whether it's complete, whether it's partially complete, whether it's an ongoing program, or whether it's pending. So as we can see, that based on the information which staff has received from the different departments, we can see that this year, 2020, we have completed 16 of the programs, which is only 4%. There is ongoing programs, is 267 of those programs are ongoing, and partially complete is 32, and pending is 95. Here, I would like to mention that yesterday we had a very good question from our chair that last year in 2019, we reported that we had 34 programs which were complete. And how come this year we have only 16? So I should point out that this is not a cumulative figure. So what happened was last year, the 34 programs which we saw as complete, of those 34, 19 of those programs have got the status of ongoing this year. That's because how the programs are the language of the programs are it is a little bit flexible, so it gives us it can be regarded as an ongoing project. Sometimes what happens is the task of the program is to implement, work on an ordinance. And what happens is that on 2019, staff may have worked on the ordinance, but from 2020, it is the ordinance is being implemented. So that's why the status of this has changed from complete to ongoing. And also I might add to this is that this is the third year only we are doing this kind of reporting after the comp plan was adopted in 2017. And we are also refining our tasks. We are looking into individual programs and seeing how they can be refined. And, so that's why you see each year there is difference in the reporting a little bit and because of this refinement. So the next slide is the program status by departments. And here are examples of 5 departments, how they have done in terms of the program status, meaning how many they have completed, how many is ongoing, and how many programs are pending. And as we can see, the number of completed programs this year is really, really low, but we have a lot on the pending program list and partially completed program list. This is because primarily because of the effect of COVID-19 pandemic, and which has led to resource constraints. So that's why this year in general, we see these numbers are higher for pending and partially completed. So this concludes the comp plan portion of my presentation, and Tim is ready with the housing element 2020 implementation. So over to you, Tim.
Okay, thank you, Chitra. So good evening, commissioners. Again, my name is Tim Wong, and I'm the housing planner for the city. And I would like to say, before I begin my presentation regarding the 2020 implementation status of housing element programs and RENA, I just want to highlight two revisions I would like to point out to the commission. In the packet, in your PTC packet on page 124, attachment B, housing program 3.1.1 3.13, that's 3.1.13, should be labeled ongoing and not partially complete. And also on page 28 of your packet, which is page 6 of this staff report, under the summary of status of programs, there should be 34 ongoing programs and not ongoing programs and 22 complete programs. Your staff report says 35 ongoing programs and 21 complete programs. And please note the revised summary includes the change in status to program 3.1.13. Apologies, I miscounted the programs for each of the categories. Hence, I apologize for any confusion from the miscount. I just got here and I'm already miscounting programs, so my apologies. But Chitra, if you could, next slide, please. So we are in year 6 of our 8-year cycle. So that's 75% through this part, the 5th cycle of RHNA. And the city's RHNA for this cycle is 1,988 units. And happy to report that the city added 178 net new units for 2020. And of those 178 units, 58 are the affordable units at Wilton Court. And with the 178 new units altogether, we've achieved about 37% of our total RHNA, which I'll go into a little more detail at the next slide. And that includes 92% of the above moderate requirement. And just as reported, 77% of housing element programs have been implemented. That includes the completed and ongoing programs. So Chitra, next slide. So here is our breakdown of RHNA, excuse me, should back up, our regional housing needs allocation, which we call RHNA. And you can see our breakdown per the different income categories. And so next slide, please. And so here is our all 6 years of production for this 8-year cycle. As you can see in 2020, we added 58 deed restricted units at Wilton Court and 120 above moderate units. And so you can see the breakdown. Again, we have almost met our above moderate RHNA. However, there are still some units remaining in our very low, low and moderate income categories. Next slide, please. And so this is just to show a summary of our progress goals. In the left-hand column is our 1,988 RHNA allocation. We've done 732 units up to this point, which leads to that 37% accomplishment towards our allocation. And again, we are 75%, year 6, 75% through. And so this slide shows we have 72 programs, as Chitra mentioned, in the housing element. And on the right-hand side of the slide is the breakdown of those programs that are ongoing, completed, underway, and not completed. And as mentioned, 77% of the housing element programs have been completed or implemented, if you like. Next slide, please. And so to conclude, staff recommends that the PTC review the 2020 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report and the 2020 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, and also recommend City Council authorize transmittal of these reports before April 1st, 2021. So that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wong and Ms. Moitra. Are there any commission questions for our staff members before we go to public comment? Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, yeah, just before we go to public comment, I think it's important to note that we're not asked tonight to do anything besides review this and transmit the report. So it's not a debate about what things should be moved up or down. So that the public who's participating understands that. I'm going to ask a question. If it's not appropriate until you have public comment, you can rule this out. But I just wanted to take a look at your packet, page 25, on the comp plan, and basically we're 75% through the cycle. In the stuff that is complete or partially complete is, let's see, 38%, 31% is left to go. The general question is, do you have a big picture about how you're going to kind of close the gap in the remaining years of this? Or if you can't, what are the repercussions if this goes to the state and there's a lot of stuff that's missing? So again, you could address that now per the chair, because I think that would be important for public comment to understand as well, or we can hold it.
Commissioner Lowen, if I could just clarify, did you refer to packet page 25?
Yes.
And the 34%, I'm not seeing that figure.
So this is under this, just under the summary, the partial complete and ongoing and so on. Ongoing, of course, is a whole kind of a semi-black box to us. But there's 95 that are pending, which I guess means we haven't really sort of started on them yet. And partially complete are 32. So in general, my question is, we're not 75% of the way there in terms of getting all this stuff done. And the question is just, what are you feeling like going forward? Do we have to throw staff at it now that we have staff? And can prioritize it instead of COVID-19, we're going to be okay in 2 years? Or if not, then, what are the repercussions?
Moitra, would you like to?
Yes. First of all, I should say that this is a very pretty young new comp plan, and it's only adopted in 2017 December. So the number of the achievement you see right now is, I understand it's not that great, but we would be getting there because the tenure of the comp plan is till 2030, and we are all being optimistic, and we think we would be close, if not there. And of course, this year, the numbers you see, as I said, is a result of the COVID effect. And a lot of these programs are actually pending because of resources. And a lot of these programs has started like last year, but it's under, have been stopped and because of funding and other issues.
Sure.
So to also add, Commissioner Lowing, that the comp plan and the housing element are in different timelines.
Right.
So while we're 75% of the way through our housing element, we are not 75% of the way through the comp plan period, as Ms. Moitra pointed out. And so as you do see, it also spans the city. We're fortunate in planning that we haven't had to lose any staff due to budget cuts. We'll see how this next budget goes. We may lose some unstaffed positions. And certainly our ability on our long range planning side has been diminished to use extra resources. So other departments may not have been as fortunate in their retention of staff to complete their projects though.
Okay, exactly what I was looking for was just kind of your sense looking forward of where we stand and how we're going to get there. So thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. We are now going to open the floor for public comments. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. On the Zoom app, there is a raise hand button on the bottom of your screen. If you're dialing in from a phone, please press *9. Mr. Nguyen, it appears that there's at least one public speaker for this item.
Yes, we do have one raised hand. Our speaker is Rebecca.
Hi there. Thanks again. First of all, I'm a little confused. Granted, many of us here in Palo Alto were valedictorians of our high school class and Phi Beta Kappa in college. But I think under any kind of grading scale, 15% is a failing grade. So backing up a little bit, from this presentation, it appears that you use the former RENA allocations and not the current, which maybe is appropriate to measure your success, but seems a little bit inappropriate because you really shouldn't then be able to argue that you didn't know that bigger allocations were coming. So maybe it makes more sense actually to change the goals now, because even less failing now is huge failing once these numbers are updated. Second, I was confused because I looked on the ABAG site and also on the site for the state of California, and these reports aren't yet vetted and approved. So if I understand, and again, you can clarify, and I welcome that, it appears that what you just present to us is Palo Alto's opinion that has not yet been approved by ABAG or the state of California about how much the developments that you're pointing at should count as ABAG approved developments. I think that a more honest presentation would have been mindful of that. Third, I'm a bit taken aback and angered by the pointing of fingers and the statement that there wasn't money available to build affordable housing. As you've heard me say for a year, the state of California, through the Home Key program and other programs that are part of the California Department of Housing and Development, gave away in year 2020 almost $1 billion, gave away $1 billion to other local governments for the purpose of building affordable housing without spending any taxpayer money. And last time I talked to Ed Shikata about, which was fairly recently, about why Palo Alto didn't apply for that free money, he said that the city didn't want to. So there's some big problems here. And 15% is not success. Please work harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, are there additional public speakers for this item?
There are no more public speakers for this item.
Right, then we will move to commission discussion. And I'll, as I wait to see commissioners raise their hand, I will ask Mr. Wong to remind me of the time period for the current RHNA cycle, and then the time period for the next RHNA cycle, the unit numbers for which have recently been announced.
So thank you. We are in the 5th cycle, which runs from 2015 to 2023. And then as part of the housing element update, which is the 6th cycle, that will run from 2023 to 2031. Yeah.
All right, commissioners. I'm not seeing any hands. Would anybody like to make any comment on either of these two updates? While you're all cogitating, I will just make a couple of observations, one about each of them. First, as to the comp plan, I marvel that our staff across the departments can coordinate and handle and move forward on 410 programs and projects. It's an awesome responsibility, and the fact that they track it and are moving them forward, I think reflects well on the entirety of our staff. So I want to thank staff for their work in moving all of those things along, because they're all directives of our comp plan. And then turning to the housing element update, I think what's instructive about that update and the fact that 75% through the process, we have in the lower 3 categories a maximum of 15% completion, really reflects a need that this commission has talked about in multiple forums, but it it's put statistical strength behind the fact that the programs and processes we have to try to encourage low, very low, and moderate, below market housing, they're not being particularly successful. Whether or not we hit the RENA numbers or not, those numbers are low. And so we have to, I think, continue to be vigilant and aggressive in looking for ways to provide more affordable housing in the city. So if I don't see any commission hands, then and I do now, Commissioner Alcheck.
Yeah. So I have a question for staff. Of the 1,988 units that RENA allocated us for this period that ends in 2023, what were the number of units that we found sites for?
Tim, if you want to show their table, or maybe it's Chitra. So are you asking about the housing opportunity sites overall, or the sites that the units that have been the building permits issued?
So okay. I don't think this is a common misconception among the members of this commission, but so I think we all know, for example, that we're allocated a number of units, and we have to provide the opportunity for those units to be built by identifying the sites within our city where those units could be built. So, for example, if a site has, no units on it, and we identify to the state that, well, this site doesn't have any units on it now, but it could, under our existing zoning, provide for 100 residential units. We didn't develop, the requirement is that we meet and demonstrate that our city has an ability to develop those units. The actual development isn't our responsibility to take on financially, but it is our duty to sort of show where those could go. And so my question was, our requirement was to demonstrate that we had at least space for 1,988 units. Did we designate exactly that number, or did we designate a bigger number? Did we sort of surpass that number and show that and put forward more than 1,980, or that's what I'm asking in the 2015?
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Wong can't answer that question. We're fortunate he was part of developing our previous housing element. Tim, do you recall if we allocated, identified a realistic yield of more than 1,988 units on our housing element opportunity sites?
We did. We created a surplus, if you will, of approximately 250 additional units over the baseline of 1988.
Okay, so I remember there being a surplus. I didn't remember how many. And so my follow-up question for you is, because I participated in that housing element development. My question for you is, and I assume that we do this because it's a serious issue, is how many of the, let's say, almost 2,200 or more units appeared in the plan that was submitted from 2007 to 2015? How many of the same? I'm curious to know how many of those sites repeated.
I think you're getting at, Commissioner Alcheck, how many opportunity sites have been used for what would be 2 cycles, the previous cycle?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, I'm in my cycle. That's exactly right. I'm trying to get a sense for in our progress report, to what extent have we relied on the same sites for multiple cycles? That's exactly the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so many sites from the first, listen to the first, we're in the 5th cycle. So from the 4th cycle to the 5th, many sites were reused. And to your point, laws have required that if they were going to be used in this upcoming cycle, then there would need to be significant changes to be able to count those. We don't have an exact percentage, but it was quite large.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is a number I am very interested in learning, because for anybody listening, some people often argue that there's very little teeth to this process because cities aren't responsible for actually developing housing. They just have to say that this site can theoretically provide housing. So for example, we could say that the Whole Foods grocery store in downtown is a suitable site for housing. But that would require the Whole Foods to be demolished and housing to be developed on it. And the point I'm trying to make is that you can say that once, you can say it twice. You don't get away as a city saying it a third time. And so for those, I think in our community who have sort of sat through this process and wondered why it hasn't amounted to more, I think that this upcoming opportunity to participate in the housing element working group is a really good one and a really strong one, because we're going to be forced to address the inadequacy of the system itself, the fact that identifying sites doesn't actually mean sites get built. And so one number I think we need to know as a commission is what percentage of the approximately 2,200 identified opportunities are now are significantly unlikely not to be as easily identifiable. If you came back and you told me, for example, that half, that would be serious, because we know that the RENA number is now quadrupled, or maybe it hasn't quadrupled. I don't have tripled. And so that means that the effort to identify new sites has to be so significant, which would likely require changes in our zoning code, not simply just identifying sites that could be. So
certainly, we could get that information for you, Commissioner, and provide that to you via email.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
I'd love that. Yeah, I think everyone in the community could benefit from it. I don't know if that's the sort of thing you think would be appropriate for a progress report. I mean, I know that we're submitting this to the city, but we're also this exercise is really for us too. How are we doing?
Yeah.
And
Certainly.
maybe it could be a part of the report.
The state is not as interested, but that doesn't mean we can't provide the information to the commission.
And this council. Other than that, I think the report in and of itself is worth our recommendation that it be transmitted, that the city council consider transmitting it to the state, because I think it meets the criteria of what these reports should do. So I'm not going to make the motion, but I'll support that. And if we get to it, you can count me in support.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I had a question for staff. It was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but that we could not use old identified sites for our new RENA cycle, that we have to find all new sites. Is that incorrect or correct?
If they've been used for the past 2 cycles, there's a very high bar they need to meet in order to be recounted. And so it's pretty tough. It's not impossible for a site to be reused in what this case would be a 3rd time, but it would be difficult. Mr. Wong, did you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, like Rachel had said, it's a high bar. There are more requirements. If you choose to use a site in the 3rd cycle, then there has to be some by right caveats if affordable housing is produced or provided as part of a proposal. So you can, but yeah, there are more requirements.
And I would be interested in knowing how that legislation was enacted. Because I sort of knew about it, but I don't know what legislative act made that happen. So if just later you could provide that to us, it would be interesting for me to read. Thanks.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Any other commission comments on these 2 update reports? If not, I'm not seeing any hands. Can I have a motion?
I'll move to recommend that we recommend that City Council authorize the transmittal of the reports, both reports.
Second.
I don't need to speak to it.
Motion by Commissioner Alchek, second by Commissioner Lowing. Commissioner Lowing, you haven't spoken yet on this item. Would you like to speak to your second?
No, I've got a ton of interesting questions about the documents, but I don't think that's relevant. So I think we're meant to review the report. I think the report is quite accurate to the extent that it states the facts, and I'm good to go.
Right. Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Ovchak,
Aye.
Chair Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Boulevard is absent. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with one commissioner absent.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners, for yet another efficiently processed agenda item. We now move to item 4, which I think will test our abilities. And before I let you go, I want to thank our staff, Ms. Moitra and Mr. Wong, for your presentations and for your hard work.
And welcome back.
So item 4 is a public hearing legislative review and discuss potential ordinance changes to Palo Alto Municipal Code, Chapter 18.09, accessory and junior accessory dwelling units. This is a matter that we started our discussion on at our last meeting on February 10th, and we just barely got started late in the evening. And it is my hope that we can get through it this evening. Now, there are 12 discrete directions that the staff is looking for. We have 12 items as laid out in the staff report. And so I've got a strategy that I'm intending to implement unless I get a strong objection from any of you commissioners. And that is, I want to take these items one at a time in the order that they are described in the staff report, which would start with the basement issue. I'm going to ask that the commissioners limit their comments to 3 minutes, at least in a first round, and then we'll see where we are. I want to point out that even that 15 minutes times 12 is 3 hours, and that's without time to further discuss and vote. So I know that's an aggressive schedule. Well, that's what I would like to do. Additionally, part of this process as discussed in the staff report by Mr. Sauls at the last meeting, and I think also referenced in his comments by Commissioner Alchek, is we've got a direction here we're reacting in a sense to a task force of professionals who have taken their time to put together a set of recommendations. There's a letter from that task force at the back of our staff report with 15 items that include some sub items. Many of those items are not really within the purview of the PTC, and so staff has brought forth to us the 12 that are. But because it was the commission's will that we have some sort of dialogue with the task force to help us work our way through these issues, I'm going to invite Randy Prop, who is one of the members of the task force, to address these items as we get to them, because since the task force wrote the letter, the staff report has come out. The task force had an opportunity to review it, and I think it would benefit the commission before we start our comment on each one to hear any additional comments from the task force, really reacting to the staff report and telling us anything else we need to know. We don't need to do that on the first item, the basement, because having gone back and reviewed the way the last meeting ended, actually We already heard from the task force on the basement issue. And so I see Ms. Tanner's hand up.
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to, as you prepare to begin the discussion again, offer that I think Mr. Nguyen is going to bring up the timer. That's 3 minutes. So that will be a new method we're trying. We're seeing if the City Council's method of using a timer, which you all will be able to see as kind of one of the Brady Bunch boxes on your screen. So you'll know kind of how much time you are having as you're giving your comments. We did get a request, Chair, just at 5:30 today from a member of the public wanting to ask to reopen public comment on this item. That's certainly not required as there's no new information being provided. That was not provided at the last hearing. And so you do see some raised hands among attendees, but that is of course your discretion to keep public comment closed or to open it again. But I did say I would relay that message to you.
All right, well, and I appreciate the message being relayed. I'm not inclined to reopen the public comment period. There was an opportunity at our February 10th meeting for public comment, and there's been a 2-week opportunity since then to send in email public comments. And in fact, some members of the public have availed themselves of that. And I know I have, and I expect that all the commissioners have read those public comments. So I think we need to move forward with our process. At least that's my thought, and I'm hoping to hear from other commissioners on that. Commissioner Suma, I see your hand up.
Thank you so much. I was wondering how the chair was differentiating the task force from general members of the public, because I really appreciate their work. I know many of them, not all of them, but they are not our professional staff. And I'm not quite sure how you're imagining incorporating them on an item by item basis, not in oral comments.
Going to the same way that I could ask a question of an applicant after the close in processing an application here, this entire item, all 12 of the things we're going to discuss are things that were identified by the task force. We've been instructed, I think, by the City Council to have a dialogue with them. And I do not think it was practical with these 12 items to make the task force try to address 12 items in a 10-minute process. So I view this as the most efficient way to get information from the people who are raising the issues that we're going to discuss.
I appreciate the efficiency idea. However, I will say many members of the public who are limited to short periods of time speaking would also appreciate that same privilege, and we don't give it. So I'm frankly not comfortable with it, but it's of course your decision.
Your concern is noted. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, I'd just like to get Assistant Director Tanner's view relative to the multiple comments that will come on all these points. It seems like we're setting up a debate between staff and some architects, in addition to the letter that we received, which was great, a lot of good detail and so on. But I would just like to get your view on it.
Well, certainly I think it is a healthy debate, as all good policy discussions have. I think as it's been noted, and I think as the city attorney said last time, it is the chair's discretion to ask, certainly a member of the public, in this case, the representative of the task force, to participate. I think in the interest of time, it will be important to ensure that they also have concise comments. And then we did also provide a kind of restating of our staff report in a table format to help the discussion. You should have received that by email today. We do have it available to help really clarify where the staff's position are, where the task force position is, and kind of what the current, even on the books, laws are right now. So we hope that will be an aid. And so while we do encourage and hope for a robust debate, it may at least cut through some of the confusion we had a little bit last time.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to start the process, and incidentally, I am intending that Mr. Prop also limit his comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. And again, those would be in advance. And once you've heard them, if a commissioner wants to ask a question of staff, then that'll be their prerogative. So I want to start with the first item in the staff report, which is the basement issue. And let's see. So, and in the report, staff details really 5 bullet points. First of all, they're supportive of allowing basements under accessory units, but they've got 5 bullet points which appear on packet pages 141 and on to 142. And so at our February 10th hearing, 3 of the commissioners spoke. Commissioner Templeton, I asked you to hold your comments at the end of the evening for tonight, as did I. And so I'd like to lead off with you if you would like to lead off.
That's all right. I'll pass on this one. Thank you.
I will provide my comment, if you will, or it's really a question for staff. When I look at the 5th bullet that is contemplated for allowing basements, which is at the top of page 142 of the packet, all basements for accessory units shall count toward the unit's gross floor area. So I was curious about that from a practical standpoint, because my thinking was the cost to build down, to build a basement underground is much greater than the cost to build up a second story. And so I was wondering if we had this requirement that it includes gross area, why would anyone ever use that? Why wouldn't that just convince people not to put in basements? Because it's going to count and it's cheaper just to build up. So it might have the opposite effect of maybe what's intended. So I was wondering if staff had given some thought to that concept.
Certainly it is expensive to build a basement. I think part of the request that is coming, not to speak for the other parties, is to have that partially sunken floor to gain additional height. And so in that regard, it may be worth that for that applicant. Again, basements are allowed in ADUs, just not in the specific area that's being requested in the manner that's being requested.
And I can share my screen we had put together some of the slides that Rachel was mentioning earlier, which talked about these specific topics. So that way we can, kind of have the conversation focusing around that. So give me a second.
And if you have any other questions, Commissioner Heckman or Chair, we can have those as well.
And I think we did also try to clarify last time that it was actually incorrect in the staff report. We should have identified that we were trying to say that the basement space would be counting towards maximum unit size rather than floor area. So that is a correction that should have been fixed before this meeting, rather than gross floor area for the basement space. So what you all see on the screen right now is on the left-hand side, kind of describing what our current regulations are for basements. The middle, speaking to the staff proposal in the report for potential regulations we could think about when we would be possibly open to having basements within setbacks, which is something we don't currently allow for accessory buildings. The main house can do so. And under units that are following the state code's regulations under Table 1, they are allowed to follow basement or allowed to have a basement, but that basement does contribute towards the maximum unit size that they could have. In addition, I think there may be a point to ask as to whether it counts towards floor area as well, because currently the state code is a little silent on that. And then on the right-hand side, you see what has been kind of condensed from the letter that we see from the design professionals.
All right, thank you. I think that's this is a helpful table. So let me bring it back to other commissioners now that Commissioner Templeton has had an opportunity to go first, and I have provided my question. Are there any other commissioners that spoke last time that would like to speak now? Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, I'll try to do this quickly. I think there's two. So I think we could have been clear last week. There are a lot of questions people have in this community about basements. Basements aren't currently allowed anywhere where a parcel is in the flood zone. Basements that would cross a water table, which would require some sort of pumping, are now have new policy in our community that are so much greater than they were even a few years ago, that has largely impacted the development of basements in those areas. So when we're talking about basements, we're not talking about the basements that people have largely lobbied against, those in the floodplain and those that cross that water table threshold. We're talking about basements in areas where the water table is actually far below where the bottom of the basement would be, wouldn't require any pumping, right? For the most part, those are the parcels where basements are ever considered. And so in those exact situations, I think what we're really talking about is, we used to have this thing called the buildable area, and the buildable area did not approach the rear fence of a lot by closer than 20 feet. But now under state law, we have to allow ADUs to be built closer than 20 feet. And so the question is that if there's going to be development closer than 20 feet, how does the basement impact our general approach to development? And the truth is we don't count basements, period, ever, anywhere. And so, and that's because they, in the areas where I'm suggesting these basements, in areas where they don't cross the water table, and it's not very, very challenging, in these areas, that's because they have absolutely minimal impact. I think all the bullets here are really good. So I would support, if we're doing this quickly, a proposal that we say that the basement can encroach into the 4-foot ADU setback, and that light wells can't be closer than 4 feet, and that it can't affect tree roots on adjacent lots, and that I would not require that the basements be fully below grade, such that the floor is, so the ceiling is placed at the, I don't think that's necessary. I think we should add for flexibility. Why? Because we have a height limit, and that's really the important part of this for the structure above grade. And again, I don't think we should have basements count towards the gross floor area. And I'll be honest with you, I've had a few conversations in the last week, and one of the most compelling reasons to allow a basement is storage. So if you're going to build like an 800 square foot ADU, if you have a small storage area below the ADU with a staircase that goes down that allows you to put, for example, your alpine skis or whatever stuff that you can't fit into a 700 square foot ADU, which was the maximum you could fit into the area you had, even though the maximum was larger, because there are other constraints. This can create a lot of opportunities. And so people in the ADU business I've spoken to the last 2 weeks have said that the most difficult challenge they have is storage. And so who knows how people will use it, but if we're okay with it 15 feet away from this spot, then we should theoretically be okay with it here, and that's my proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other commissioners that want to speak on this item, basement? Commissioner Lowing.
I'm listening and reading and pressing buttons here. I think, so as I understand that the new slide that you have up, you're saying that state law now compliant table 1 can have a big basement, any configuration. And then over on staff proposal, table 2 can do basements in setbacks. And just, can you give us and the audience, what's the difference between table 1 and table 2?
Sure, we actually have table 1 and 2 available. So table 1, it's a little tiny, but these are the ones that is kind of basically the state ADU program. So there's a lot of different columns, but one way to think of it, although that's not necessarily true in all cases, is a bit about the size of the ADU and the location of the ADU. And then if you'll go to table 2, Garrett, these are tables where maybe someone wants to do something that's a bit different, perhaps in terms of size of the ADU. And so there are some other restrictions and rules. And this is, again, the city in some cases going above what state law requires. And so allowing certain things, but also kind of trying to have some of our privacy regulations and other items apply. So this is the table that the request is that these units would also be allowed to have basements in terms of outside of the buildable area. So if it's 4 feet from the property line, that table 2 ADU would also be able to have a basement.
Right. So don't want to put words in your mouth, but is your view that this is sort of small and incremental to what's already in place?
It depends on how you look at it. It's certainly, you know, a unit could already have a basement 4 feet from the property line. And so one would say, why not allow all units of up to the 900 or 1,000 square feet to have the same opportunity? Again, some reasons would be the concerns around privacy or other issues, but if the commission isn't persuaded by those, then you might say, this is fine. Let's have table 1 and table 2 have the same rules.
Okay, my next question, I asked this last time, but then there were some other comments that I want to come back to. I said something along the lines of, you know, it seems like it's a risk benefit relative to trees and water and soil. And the answer was yes. But in subsequent comments, including from one of the public speakers, was that, well, we don't really do dewatering anymore. And it seems like the biggest risk is dewatering. We don't have any data on that. We know that, I think as Commissioner Alczyk just said, there's various water depths and soil depths. So why wouldn't we want to have this thing done on a geographical basis for the city, as opposed to not do it at all or do it anywhere and say we're not going to dewater? That's very confusing to me, because it seems like we don't have the data to make that call.
Well, certainly the geography of the city would apply. We do have Mike Knapsinger from Public Works who can answer questions related specifically to dewatering, but just because generally a basement may be allowed does not mean it will be allowed everywhere for a home or for an ADU. Mike, are you able to speak to locations where dewatering and basement construction may or may not be allowed?
Sure. Hello, this is Mike Knapsinger, Senior Engineer with Public Works. There's a little bit of confusion, I think, here. There's 2 types of dewatering. There's the construction-related dewatering, which is done on a temporary basis to allow the construction of the basement. We do not allow we don't allow permanent drainage systems behind the basement wall, so there would be no long-term permanent pumping of groundwater. It would just be for construction purposes.
And then, Mike, can you speak to the way the flood zones may impact what a person can do on property that's located in a flood zone regarding basements or underground construction?
Basements aren't allowed in flood zones at all.
Right. So as Commissioner Alczyk said, so I don't know if that answers your question, Commissioner Lowing, but dewatering is just temporary, although certainly has, as some community members have pointed out, impacts that may not be desirable, and then wouldn't be allowed in flood zone areas, even if allowed generally in the city.
So, Mr. Knapsinger, those are actual regulations then? Those 2 things that you itemized?
Yes, that's correct. The construction-related dewatering isn't regulation as much as construction industry standard practice. And the city does have regulations to prohibit drainage systems within groundwater areas, so there's no long-term pumping.
Okay, so then all these discussions about secant walls, if I said that correctly, that's optional on the part of the property owner?
A secant wall is another type of construction for a basement that that reduces the amount of groundwater pumped. It's a different technique. Secant walls can or can't be used depending on the option of the owner. We have regulations for both.
You say it can be used by the owner?
Yes, yes. It would be a little extreme for an ADU, but it can be done if they want to.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lowing, were those all your questions?
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Suma.
think your voice was a little quiet, Chair. Did you call on Commissioner
Oh,
Suma?
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with that. Commissioner Suma.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, I didn't hear you at all. Yeah, Commissioner Lowing asked some of my questions. So to be clear, we don't require secant walls or other methods that don't rely on dewatering for construction, which is a big concern for a lot of people in the community. There's also another issue with underground structures, and that is the permanent redirection of groundwaters, which hasn't really been fully studied. And it certainly is a big unknown in terms of at what point that will become an issue. At what point there was enough underground construction, basements, et cetera, that caused groundwater to move in a different way than was desirable. So I'm concerned about that. And I'm also concerned about the degradation to the natural environment. Backyard habitat is something that's been very important for me throughout my consideration on the comp plan and stuff. It's definitely the case that the flora and fauna of the state relies on backyard habitat. And to the extent that we allow more and more use of the ground and make it impermeable, we will be affecting that. So it's a hard thing for me. I was initially very attracted to the partially underground idea, which is, I'm looking at the old staff report from packet page 46, which I guess is packet page 141, those little drawings at the top. I was interested in knowing how the partially subterranean would affect the hydrology, basically differently than a full basement, but we don't have any analysis of that. So that's kind of hard for me to know, because that was initially an interesting idea for me. And also the idea that full basements could provide, it's great that they have storage, because I think people that live in small units have a real problem with storage. And people need stuff, you know, they need their holiday stuff and their skis and bicycles and whatnot. But I'm also concerned that it might become a secondary unit, that it could be sublet basically. And so I have a lot of concerns about expanding the rights of basements, and I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other commission comments on the basement item? So as I understand the request from staff for each of these 12 items, we are to give them direction either to drop the item, in other words, not make any changes to our existing ordinance regarding that subject matter, or keep the item in play with some directions so that they can move forward and look at ordinance language to address in some fashion that topic. So this first one is the basement issue, and I think the form of our movement forward is a motion. Again, it's either to, if you look at the staff request, is provide recommendations to staff on items to include in a draft ordinance. So these aren't at this point recommendations to council. These are really directions back to staff that'll take the form of a motion. So I'm not I'm not seeing any more hands on the basement issue. I'd ask my fellow commissioners if there is someone who'd like to make a motion in some direction for what staff should do with this basement issue. Commissioner Alchek.
How about this, since clearly there's not perfect consensus here? How about I propose that we move the local designer recommendation, and I sort of have a different perspective on the local designer input here, which is that my impression from the council meeting was that they wanted us to dialogue. And they sort of identified this specific stakeholder group in their motion and their deliberation as one that we should, give the opportunity to speak to these issues. So I consistently feel like there's a lot of resources in Palo Alto that we never tap, and now we're actually tapping one. And so I would put forward this one, which is that we would allow, we would consider the max 36-inch below grade for sunken floor, that we would allow for up to 1,200 square foot unit. If 50% of, I don't quite understand that, but I think what it says is you would allow the maximum to be exceeded if a certain percentage of it was below grade. That's sort of a different scenario. And that we would allow basements under any configuration. And I would support that too. And I'll give anybody the opportunity to sort of suggest amendments. This is, so we can get this through, because I just think we need to create more consistency in our code, and this is inconsistent.
Thank you. So we have a motion from Commissioner Alchek. Do we have a second on that motion? Let's see, I'm not seeing any hands. So that motion will fail for lack of a second. Someone want to try a different motion?
So I guess in the interest of keeping things moving, for these items where it seems like it may be difficult to come to a consensus, I think, staff can probably get by without a formal motion, just with the feedback that, we received as part of the conversation with the commission.
I do want to be clear though, at this point, I hear two commissioners that are not clear that we want to add more basements, one that would like to. So to me, that would be staff not working on this anymore at this point. That's what I'm hearing. So.
All right. So I think what we're hearing from staff is that unless there's a clear direction to move forward, then the item is dropped.
Raise my hand, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. Commissioner Templeton.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I guess maybe my question is for staff. This is so different than most of the items that we consider, and it's got 12 parts, and each of those parts has many subparts. And as I'm evaluating this, I'm struggling to really pull this together into a coherent direction. And it sounds like I'm not the only one, because there's just so much going on and so many different directions. It's almost like we're trying to turn, a creative brainstorming session into a motion, and those things are sometimes a little bit incompatible. So I'm totally happy to engage in discussion. We have time constraints because there's so many parts to consider tonight, and I understand that is also not conducive to the kind of creative brainstorming. I'm just wondering, I apologize in advance for suggesting this idea, but is this kind of potentially some kind of workshop instead of,
Certainly, certainly that could be the case. I mean, staff have put forward a recommendation for this particular item, which is in the proposal of the bullet points that staff would support crafting into a ordinance. It doesn't sound like, at least this far, that the commission is supportive of that. So,
well, what's unclear, Assistant Director, is, why aren't you supporting the local designers? And is there some nuance to that? And should we discuss it? And to what level should we discuss it?
Yeah, our concerns remain privacy. Our concerns remain the privacy And again, that may not be shared by the commissioners, and certainly not shared by the design community that has at least put forward their proposal. So,
Right. So,
yeah.
sorry. So what I was trying to say though is like, to what level do we want to hash that out? And that might take more than 3 minutes. You know what I mean? That's that. I think the top line, obviously this chart spells the top line out, but trying to resolve those and understand which one we're going to pick is potentially a more in-depth discussion, and that this might not be the right venue. If it is, we can go with it, we can roll with it. But I just wanted to throw out there that maybe, if this is a direction that we really want to encourage and embrace at a larger level citywide, and it seems like it is, that we might want to do the due diligence that perhaps the time constraints and other constraints we have this evening may not allow.
That may be a motion, Commissioner, that would help staff. So if the commission were to motion to continue to have staff researching, having table 2 units have basements, we can then work on that. But what is happening is that the design community wants staff to do this. We don't have authority under a code to do it. They're going to continue to ask us to do it, but we don't have a commission saying, yes, we would like to research this further. So it really kind of puts us at an impasse of kind of saying, well, here's what our code says today. They would like it to change. Do we want to research changing it? So even that type of motion of to continue researching and basements on table 2 units would be helpful for staff.
That's good to know. Thank you for that. I would love to hear from other commissioners before I make a motion to that effect. But what do you guys feel that you're ready to move forward? It sounds like we're not coming together on this. Are you feeling that for the other items? Like, I'd just like to get a temperature check, Chair, if that's possible.
Sure. I have 3 hands up, and I will start with Commissioner Suma.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Commissioner Templeton, for your thoughtful comments. I am not ready to move this forward now. I feel like there's way too many unknowns and not enough data to support this. I also think it's probably taking up more of our time than it should, as many, I suspect the financials of basements for ADUs are not particularly agreeable to most people, but I would be happy if Chair Templeton is not going to make a motion, to ask staff to not spend more time looking at this. I just don't feel like we're ready to make this decision now. It doesn't mean we should never consider it, but I am not in favor of it now. So, but I will let Commissioner Templeton make a motion, as I think she was moving in that direction.
Commissioner Olczak, you're next.
Okay. I am a huge fan of yours, Assistant Director Tanner. I really am, but I got to call you out here. With a straight face, we can't say that the biggest concern our city staff has with the basements is privacy, because they're below grade. So our city has no issue with a 5,000 square foot basement, feet away from this. But somehow there are privacy concerns when it comes with ADU. Maybe that was a misstatement, but it's not privacy. I don't even particularly believe that we're going to see a ton of basements, but I do believe that inconsistencies between the way we build everything else that has had a lot of protection in the city, single family residential zoning, and the way we treat ADUs is indicative of really how much we support ADUs. So we can't walk around calling them the solution if we're like, you can build them, but not any way we build anything else. So instead of 3 feet for the light well, it's got to be 4 feet. We're going to have a special rule about noise making stuff, despite the fact that we don't care whatsoever about side setbacks and air conditioned equipment and noise. I mean, it's apply the same rules to both. That's actually the only thing I want. I don't really believe basements should become the new version of ADUs, but perfect example, you can build a basement under a garage today. Many homes are doing it. in places where it doesn't require dewatering, and this conspiracy theory about underground rivers being rerouted, which we haven't studied because you can't study it. And frankly, that's not the point. The point is if you built the basement under the garage and then you decided to convert the garage into ADU and you wanted to put a staircase down and give that person a little more room, you should be able to, because it has no privacy impact. So if anything, basements make privacy even less of a concern, because maybe you could lower the first floor down a little bit. Maybe you could reduce the need to be 16 feet tall. So for anybody listening, you're right, let's move on, because this is so technical and we can't move the needle. And fine, if it doesn't get support, fine. But I just feel like the reason why you're getting pushback from me is because the inconsistency suggests to me sort of a problem with the way we're really comfortable with ADUs, not a problem with privacy. If we had that privacy, we'd have a conversation about housing and the basements under housing. So the inconsistency is problematic, and it's problematic from a aesthetics point of view, because ADU is about inclusionary housing. It's about solving the housing crisis, and for me, I need there to be more logic to the staff recommendation.
Commissioner Lowen.
Yeah, at least in 17 or 18, when this came out, we were one of the most aggressive cities in the state on ADUs, and we adjusted them, got more aggressive, and I'm happy to do that again where it makes sense. My problem with this one has always been, since last time, is that it doesn't seem like it moves the needle very much, and this whole risk-reward relationship, there is risk in the dewatering, maybe not so much as I thought. That's good. It could be used to house 15 people. I don't know about that. But, if staff really wants to push this, then staying with their proposal, allowing table 2 is definitely the way to go. But I'd be happy to say, look, it's just not worth the effort, and you only got a certain amount of time. So I'm happy to just pass entirely on this one. But I'll defer to staff on that. If you guys are just, we really got to fix this and we like our approach, then I'd say, go ahead and work that some more. I'm very sensitive to the point that Commissioner Templeton raises that, this format of online, on camera, dealing with this stuff, interfacing with ad hoc committees out there, is something for a different kind of format that might be, take longer but be more productive, whether that's ad hocs or a workshop, as Commissioner Templeton suggested. I think that's a way to go. That said, this is the toughest one, so it's going to get a little easier down here with the rest of these guys. So I'd be happy if we just passed on it. If you really want to push this on your proposal, happy to look at it again. Hope that's constructive for you, Commissioner Templeton, as well.
Commissioner Templeton, I see your hand up. Commissioner Templeton, but if I wanted to weigh in if you were getting ready to make a motion.
Please do weigh in first. That's fine.
All right. So I'd like to take this off our plate. I don't see with these particular items, and I do agree with Commissioner Lowing that I think this is perhaps the meatiest one, or at least one of the top 2. That it's going to benefit the process to stop this now, come back together in a separate format, which is really going to be quite similar. It's going to be, publicly available. We're all going to be on Zoom. And I really, what I'm focusing on is the fact that we're not being asked to recommend approval of an ordinance with specific language. Right now, tonight, we're asked, do we want to carry forward with a concept or not? To have staff refine it, come back with an ordinance, and then we can beat the heck out of it. Right? And that's really where I would like to see us go, I think we need the flexibility to have basements under ADUs. I think the rules about that flexibility will be very important, but if we don't give direction to staff to pursue those rules, then they can't. And so I would be interested in a motion to approve staff's recommendation to move forward with bullets 1, 2, 3, and 5. that appear on packet pages 141 and 142, and I'm excluding 4 because that's really an issue of flexibility, is, you know, what kinds of rules that we might come up with to allow some excavation to stay under the height limit, knowing that, and we're about to talk about it, there will be different rules about privacy if they're doing that so they can get a second floor. So I'd be happy to support or second a motion like that as a way to move us forward on this item and to keep staff working on it and to bring us back something that we can actually pick at language and really tackle the fine points. So with that, Commissioner Templeton, I will call on you.
Thank you, Chair. I think if that's the direction we're going to go, you can make that motion. The only change I would have is not only should they move forward with the items you outlined, but that they should take another opportunity to incorporate some feedback from the local designers, like as a general direction before it comes back to us with all the specific languages that we can examine. And that makes much more sense to me. That's where I think we're going to have the most productive contributions. But I do think that if the designers are encountering these obstacles, that we really do want to understand them and incorporate as many adjustments as we can so that we can facilitate the construction of ADUs just to address the housing. So I think that's the only addition I would have to what you outlined, Chair Heckman.
I'd be supportive of your addition if you want to make the motion. I will.
Okay, so I again did not take notes on what you said, so I apologize if I forgot something. I believe you said to move the staff motion bullets 1, 2, 3, and 5 with the guidance that when staff returns, they will have incorporated additional feedback from the local designers, not necessarily everything in this column, but push for more, such that we can increase the number of, reduce the obstacles to constructing ADUs. So that's the motion. Did I get everything, Chair Heckman?
I believe so.
Any second? So you?
I will second.
Second. I don't know if you need a second.
Right. Let me ask staff if that motion is constructed were it to pass, will give staff sufficient direction to know how to carry this forward.
Yes, I believe so. Mr. Sauls, do you want to, I think that helps us to know what direction we're going pretty clearly.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
Does anyone want to speak regarding the motion before we have a roll call?
I have a question.
Mr. Suma.
Thank you. So does that, Commissioner Templeton, does that, and maybe Chair Heckman, does that fall into the category of the staff proposal on the slide we're looking at?
Yes.
Or,
That's what we moved, and then as a layer of guidance, as they develop the staff proposal into something to bring back to us that's more concrete, to incorporate anything that would remove obstacles from a designer's perspective that they felt appropriate. So in other words, it doesn't dictate that the local designer suggestions get incorporated, but it encourages them to look at what else we can do to remove obstacles to ADUs being built.
And I think to clarify and further answer your question, Commissioner Suma, what we're seeing on this table in front of us under the column staff proposal is somewhat of a summary of the more detailed explanation that you find in the staff report. And I think they've tried to encapsulate in their staff proposal really bullets 1 through 5. just kind of generically. Those are the big picture items in this thing we're looking at.
And perhaps Mr. Sauls could also comment on that, because the staff proposal in the center of the slide that's up isn't specifically the same as the 4 bullet points. So it's kind of hard to compare. Could Mr. Sauls comment on that?
Sure. So I can also I think I'm still sharing my screen, so I can just showcase the bullet points that we're talking about here as well. So that's this item here, talking about the basement can't encroach past the 4 foot. Anyway, I don't want to go through all these, but following these 4 items. So my understanding is that we'd be going with the recommendation right now is item 1, 2, 3, these bullet points, excluding this
Saul,
4th.
sorry, your screen is sharing, but it's just showing the PowerPoint still. If you were
Okay.
intending to show the staff report, it hasn't come up yet.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. All right, so these items that we are understanding the PTC's feedback is follow through with items 1, 2, 3. These aren't numbered, but I'm counting them as such. 1, 2, and 3 exclude this 4th item here, and then additionally consider this 5th item, as well as look at the items that are in the task force letter they had sent to council, and look at those to consider what could also be added to what these regulations are potentially proposing.
And if I may, Commissioner Suma, part of the difference is that in the table that we were showing, we're just saying that staff are saying, yes, table 2 ADUs can have basements, and bullets 1, 2, 3, and 5 are kind of some of the parameters we would put around those basement units for table 2 ADUs. So that's kind of the connection between the PowerPoint and the staff report.
So bullets 1, 2.
1 is saying that the basement
5
cannot encroach.
not expand the basement situation, or it does?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? You said number 5 or?
The bullet points that are in the motion, 1, 2, 3, and 5, do they expand the area in which a basement for an ADU can?
So certainly,
or not?
I don't know if it's so much expanding the area of the ADU as much as saying an ADU that falls under the table 2 parameters that we have in our overall ordinance is allowed to have a basement, and that basement can't go beyond into the 4 foot setback, which the ADU can't either. So again, the basement is below the ADU's footprint above ground, and that the light wells location is also prescribed, as well as the impact on tree roots. So that's looked at, and the 5th bullet, which I can't see right now, that the basement shall count towards the unit's gross floor area, which I think Mr. Saul was saying we wanted to amend and should have been corrected. So I hope that helps to understand your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
You asked if I had any additional words before we vote. May I go now?
Yes, please.
So the only thing I want to say is that we are hearing from the community that is developing the ADUs and helping people build that extra housing on their lots, that there are some obstacles that are coming up regularly. And so I think, basements is one of them. It's complicated. I know staff is going to continue to work on it if we pass this motion. So I hope you will support it, because we do want to kind of remove those obstacles as much as we can. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote on the motion, please?
Yes. Commissioner Olczak,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowney,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
All right, thank you. Before we move to the next issue, I think it's time for a break. I have 8:13, and so let's reconvene at 8:20.
Chair Heckman, I believe all the commissioners have returned.
Let's resume this discussion on agenda item number 4. And we are moving now to a discussion of noise producing equipment location standards. Mr. Sauls, yeah, I was going to ask if you have a table for us and if you want to just briefly describe it, or is it self-explanatory?
Sorry, I was on mute. It's fairly self-explanatory, I would say. In general, the state code doesn't regulate location of noise producing equipment. In the updated ordinance, we reduce the regulation requirements for location standards for noise producing equipment for ADUs, such that they would be able to follow the same setback that the structure had, being that it's 4 feet away from a property line. The typical way that we determine a unit complies with our noise ordinance, which for residential properties, single family homes, is usually 66 decibels at a property line, is that we will acquire a spec sheet from the applicant that will determine, or that will identify the outdoor noise level of the unit produced. And if it were, say, for example, a 76 or an 80 decibel rating unit, like something that's more typical of a 5-ton unit or larger, we typically have them provide some kind of noise analysis that determines distance wise from the property line, it would be compliant with our noise ordinance.
Table, it indicates that staff's view seems to be aligned with the local designer's view on this item.
Correct. So what we would be saying is that based on the noise that is emitted from the unit, whether it's an AC unit or generator or something else, it could be placed more freely on the site. Just it would need to be compliant with our noise ordinance.
So on this one, because we haven't heard from the task force on this item, I would ask if Mr. Prop has anything to add, given that it appears that the interest, the ideas between staff and the local designers are aligned. If you do, raise your hand and then we'll give you access.
I think we already have given them access. Randy, you might need to unmute yourself though.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to spend a long time on this. I think that this is one of those cases where we already have a regulation in place that manages the concern, and I don't have any really more to say about that. I'll tell you that this is something that the entire group of design professionals that are part of the task force feel strongly about. There's an ordinance that requires a certain decibel level at the property line, and as long as we meet that, we don't really understand why there would be further restriction. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks and your brevity. All right, let me turn it to commission comments or questions. And again, we'll use a 3-minute clock on the first round. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, I am going to bring my total 12 for 12 average to below 45 seconds by saying I support this.
The other commissioners want to address this issue? I'm not seeing any hands. Do I have a commissioner willing to make a motion?
I'll move to support this.
Staff recommendation?
Yeah, I'll move to support the staff proposal.
I'll second it.
Wish to speak to your motion or second? Nope. Commissioner Templeton.
This appears well addressed, so I don't need further comment. Thank you.
Any comments by other commissioners before we vote? Seeing no hands.
Oops.
Oh, did I see? Are you trying to raise your?
I think my hand's up, but.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Sorry. I just have a question. The way it is now, the staff proposal and local designers all seem to say the same thing, that it can be located within setbacks to 4 feet from the property line. Is that correct? That they all three say the same
Commissioner
thing?
Sumit, that is correct. It is not the way it is now, though. So the way it is now is that you cannot have the noise producing within the setback. So that 4 foot between the property line and the ADU, you cannot have the noise producing equipment there. And we would say it can be within that area if it meets the standards of the noise ordinance. So if it's quiet enough, then you could have it there.
So how does staff envision that being enforced?
It would be enforced through the plans. And as Mr. Saul said, when folks are submitting the AC unit or generator, they would need to provide either a spec sheet or other documentation that demonstrates that at the property line, it is at or below the decibel level required by the noise ordinance. And some units are far below that noise
Right.
level, even closer.
So my only problem with this is that I don't think that the city currently has any any ability to monitor decibel levels. They don't have any equipment to do so. And I just wonder why it can't be on the other side of the yard where it's not going to be an issue.
That may be a question best addressed by Mr. Pop, but suffice it to say that just depending on the configuration of the rear yard of the home, there may be other obstacles, trees, etc., that might prevent sighting in another side of the ADU. But that would be maybe a generic kind of high level response.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I'm seeing no further hands. Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote on the motion?
Yes. Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Chair Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you. We'll move now to the next item. We're now in a different category. Category B in the staff report, regulatory changes proposed by design professionals, limited or no support from department staff. And the first of the 5 items under that heading is parking provided for an ADU. And it looks like Mr. Sauls has provided the summary sheet. Mr. Sauls, do you want to say a few words about this?
Sure. I think somewhat similarly, these regulations or these tables that we have here was just trying to condense the information in the staff report to identify what is the current regulation and also distill what our proposal was for this. Right now, we don't seek to encourage attached garages to not count towards the maximum size, as it mirrors a regulation we have for garages, attached garages to the primary home.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to hear from Mr. Pop. Is there anything on this item that the task force would like the commissioners to know?
Sure. So first of all, I'll share with you that I've had very direct and clear conversation with the staff at HCD about this. And their interpretation is that the accessory dwelling unit is the dwelling unit, not the garage. And so if you have available FAR on your site to build a garage, you should be allowed to build a garage and an 800 square foot ADU in addition to that. There was no question in their minds about that. And I would encourage anyone who wants to validate that to speak directly to HCD about that. I would also say that I am troubled by the concern that we would have a future conversion as being a reason to not allow something. I think that we should hopefully be trusting that people are adhering to the rules and they're following the regulations and allow people to behave in a manner that is good and correct and to provide benefit in that light. To regulate for people that you think are going to skirt the rules is problematic for me. And I think we have enforcement that can handle that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will turn now to commission comments on this item. Commissioner Alchek, you are first up.
Okay, in keeping with my time goals here, I just want to say that I think if the state doesn't interpret it that way, we should have a policy where it doesn't matter if you've built to the maximum of your lot, you should still be allowed to have 800 more square feet for an ADU. That's the idea here, that any limit that you could be potentially bumping up against would be essentially softened for the purposes of an ADU. And so if, for example, someone was like, I'm going to build this ADU, but oh, we're going to count the space that you're building to cover this parking space and limit the size of your ADU as a result of it, that to me seems not just, unique in our approach, but even if it's not in conflict with the state's interpretation, which it sounds like it might be, even if it's not, it should be, because the whole point here is we want this minimum size. We want people to have at least this minimum opportunity. So again, I think this is like probably a very minuscule technical problem, and I think we should support so this one that requires a little more nuance. I think we should remove this limitation, or essentially have staff delete this the impact that a covered parking area would cause to the total allowable for the ADU.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Lowing.
Yes, hi. In general, this whole section, it suggests that staff has evaluated everything, HCD and architect input, comment, et cetera, and getting our comments now. So that's the section we're in. I just want to set that stage. But I reread them all fresh and just try to figure out what's the best way to go. In this one, I would support the staff's stance. I think that it's consistent with single family regulations, which is something that we've talked about on other items on this issue, and it fits. It doesn't really even come up very much, so it seems like we're dealing with a corner case here. I do think that it's a loophole that it could be built out. This paragraph on the former packet, page 48, is a very good analysis about the staff concerns there. And I don't share the view from a lot of city experience with Mr. Pop that everybody's going to follow the rules in housing or anything. Just this week, I asked Darren Anderson why the sand trap wasn't open at the Baylands, and he said that's because people went in there. They read all the signs that said you can only hit into the net from the sand trap, and they were using it as an extension of the golf course. They were hitting 250-yard shots into parking lots at the other end. So even with all those signs and common sense, they just don't do it. And second, and also on that point is we don't have enough time to go out and check on all these buildings to see what's going to happen after they're put up. And again, this is one that I don't think staff should spend any more time on. So in short, I agree with their stance on it.
Mr. Suma. Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. I'll just keep it brief and say that I agree with staff on this and with the comments of Commissioner Lowing. No need to repeat them.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton, do you have anything you want to say before I go?
I don't have anything to add on this one. Thank you.
Okay. So in the staff report, the way that staff describes the task force recommendation as recommending that covered parking attached to the ADU to not count toward the unit's maximum size and only count toward the parcel's total FAR allowance. And again, we want to encourage ADUs. We want to encourage flexibility to design them to fit the people who are going to use them. And I think it would be beneficial to at least take this issue a step forward and see the ordinance language. It seemed to me that the task force has really tried to balance the issues here by saying it doesn't count toward the ADU, but it does count to the overall FAR of the property. And so that is going to be a limiting aspect. And I also noticed that staff report says that the city receives very few applications to provide covered parking along with an ADU. So this is not going to revolutionize our ADU practice in the city. So I would be supportive of having staff continue to look at this and refine it along the lines of the local designers' suggestions. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, I'll make a motion, I think, that we direct staff to develop language for our review in alignment with the recommendation by the local designers. Does that seem to work for you? Okay, and I can speak to it concisely after if I get a second.
I will second to allow a dialogue about it.
Yeah, I'll just add this one comment, which I'm particularly sensitive to this notion of loopholes and whatnot. And I would suggest to Commissioner Lowing two things. Number one, in an effort to earn your support. Number one of the most controversial issues of the ADU development has been this notion that parking will be eliminated as a result of conversions of ADUs. So should someone actually decide to build an ADU and provide parking on site covered, that seems to address one of the largest and consistent arguments against the typical carport or rear garage conversion into an ADU. So for that reason alone, I think we shouldn't look at this skeptically, because while it may be now that it's low in applications, maybe if it's an ADU located somewhere where parking is a little more constrained, this would be a popular approach. But not if it would mean that your ADU would be half the size. But if you have room on your lot That's the second point I want to make. This isn't a loophole that somehow gets you more than you're otherwise entitled to. You would have to be allowed the structure because garages and covered parking is actually counted towards your floor area limits in single family. So it's not as if let's say you've maxed out. If you've maxed out your home and you've built all the allowable FAR, but the state grants you this 800 square foot or whatever we're allowing, then that's it. You only get the 800. You can't then add a carport. This would be if you only had 2,500 square feet of your 3,000, you decided to build a 200 square foot parking area next to the 800 square foot ADU. So this isn't a loophole that gives people with means ability to get more than they otherwise technically are allowed. In fact, they could easily build this in 2 steps. They could build the covered parking unit, it would be allowed, and then they could build an attached ADU next to that, which I think is a worse scenario where we would have to create a 2-step process to achieve a result that actually we want. We want covered parking. So I hope you guys will support this one. I think it makes sense.
All right, and I will just speak briefly to the second that again, the structure of this is we've heard staff's concerns, and I fully expect that in shaping language for a motion, for an ordinance addition, that they will be looking at ways to ameliorate that concern while moving forward with these concepts that are described by the local designers. Any other comments on this before we take a vote? Seeing no hands, Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Olchak,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
No.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent, Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries 3-2 with 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll move next to item B, Roman 2, privacy. Mr. Sauls, do you have, well, you are 1 step ahead of me. You've already pulled up the screen, so let's give the commissioners just a brief moment to look at it. All right, Mr. Sauls, I'm going to ask you if you have any elaboration on the sheet that we're looking at.
Sure. Primarily, the elaboration just relies on or speaks more to our proposal, where I think in looking at all the language that we did end up adopting, I think there is a heavy reliance on the use of the terminology of second story, which in the previous staff report that went before the PTC and also went before council, we also identified that, what we understand as a true second floor level compared to a loft is not necessarily entirely achievable through a 16-foot height limit based on what the state could have and what our ordinance says now. But we oftentimes run into issues where the wordplay has a negative impact or a reverse effect of what we didn't anticipate. So to instead, our proposal would be to maintain our privacy regulations, but include additional language that would be more expansive or more encompassing of what we anticipate to be potential problems or privacy related problems with these units.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pop, I'd like to hear from you next.
Great, thank you very much. I appreciate staff's summary here, and I think it's done well. I want to just point out that the group has suggested 5 different methodologies to addressing privacy concern, and 2 of those are not well defined or are missed in this summary, and I want to just illustrate those briefly. I think that the first is this idea that windows should be obscured when sills are below 5 feet from an adjacent finished floor. So whatever height the finished floor is at, you measure from that, and anything that is below 5 feet needs to be obscured. That allows you to still maintain a view of the sky or trees or other elements so that you're not boxed in. You're not sitting inside a transparent enclosure. And B is that setting sills at 5 feet above an adjacent finished floor on walls that are parallel to property lines when the structure is within 8 feet of a property line. So I think that these are simple adjustments, but otherwise I believe that staff has captured this pretty well. Thank you.
Before I had a question, actually, Mr. Pop. So staff did provide the 5 ATF suggestions on packet pages 143 and 144. And the first two that you mentioned, windows obscured when the sills are below 5 feet, and set sills at 5 feet when above adjacent finished floor on walls parallel to property line when the structure is within 8 feet of a property line. It wasn't clear to me from those two whether those apply to only a second story of an ADU, or were they intended to apply to a first story also?
It really is second story, and I think that it is the interpretation of my group that second stories are permitted, that the HCD regulations do not limit the interior arrangement of a structure. You're allowed to have up to 16 feet of height, and there's no other restriction beyond that. So this is an attempt to develop some privacy methodology relative to first floor, second floor, and how that might be impactful to neighbors.
All right, thank you. And then the task force third recommendation, I was having a hard time getting a picture in my head of sleeping rooms endeavor to have ingress windows located on walls non-adjacent to property lines. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so the building code says that a sleeping room must have an egress window of a certain size. That means that you can be rescued out of that room, or a first responder can come into the room and save you. Those windows are by necessity at a certain height, by code at a certain height. And so where possible, the idea here is that you would locate those on walls that are facing the interior of the lot, not facing property lines, because for the same reason I just described. The height of those windows makes them problematic for privacy. You could certainly allow those windows to be obscured, but the challenge with this, and I'll share that this is something that I struggle with a neighbor who has a 2-story house next door to me. They have obscure windows as a result of moving through the IR guidelines, but because they're operable windows, they open them all the time and they can look right into my house. And so this is a methodology that is seeking to try and control that.
Thank you. All right, let's turn to commission questions and comments. Commissioner Alchek, you're first up.
Yeah, sorry. So I have comments, but I need to understand the dialogue that you just had again to clarify. What is the solution for the problem that was just identified? Is the recommendation that we eliminate the requirement that there be an egress window? Or, I'm confused here. How do you solve the problem where you can just open the window and the privacy is lost?
Or is it okay for me to respond to that? Okay, thank you. So the goal here is to endeavor to place windows at the interior of the lot. These are small structures. Design is flexible in many ways, and it's possible to arrange the structure in a way that allows those windows to be at the interior instead of the perimeter of the lot.
Okay, all right, so I'll make my comment real quick. So here's how I feel about this entire privacy issue. I think this is the most important thing we have to get right. And I think two-story ADUs are going to be some of the most controversial, potential situations that will exist in this environment. And so, I am a supporter of this tool, but I am confident that if we mess this one up, the whole ADU process could go down and the community could sort of rail against ADUs. So I am in favor of strict and clearer language. So I don't even think that obscure is strong enough language for windows on second floors that face perimeters. I think opaque. I think it would be improper if they were operable. I would suggest to you that endeavoring to put the operable escape hatch on the perimeter side would be a problem just for that reason, because someone could open it and then the privacy issue is not addressed. And that's a big deal. And I would suggest to you that we had, this is in response to staff member Saul's comment, which was that they didn't anticipate a lot of second floor units. In our code, if your floor is 36 inches above grade, it's not considered first floor. I think if I have that right. And we just suggested to the staff that we wanted them to come back with that flexibility. In particular, we eliminated bullet floor when we were talking about basements, which dictated where the floor had to start. And so it's entirely possible that what you think is a second floor, an average person thinks a second floor, would be counted as a second floor under our guidelines if it started 37 inches above grade for whatever reason. As long as it stayed under the 16, it could still be considered a second floor. And so for that reason alone, it would impact the window placement tremendously. And so my big concern is that I don't think there should be any see-through glass or even operable windows facing an adjacent property at a height that's above a fence line. So I appreciate this notion of letting light come in. I fully appreciate skylights. Skylights can be clear. And I think windows could be on the other two sides of the structure, assuming it was in the corner. But if it wasn't in the corner, theoretically three sides of the structure, if it was outside of the rear setback. But for all intents and let me say this, if it was in fact a first floor ADU, but it had a 12-foot tall ceiling, if the ground floor was below 36 inches and we considered a first floor, well, in that case, I don't care if you have transom windows, because then you're really letting, and they could be clear too. They could be high and allowing you to see the treetops from a distance, but that doesn't create a situation where you are perched and visibly looking down. So it has to do with where you're standing as the occupant and looking out of the window. And so I believe that if you can stand and visibly see over the fence of your neighbor, and it's only 4 feet away, that we shouldn't allow that window to be clear or obscured. It should be opaque. It should be frosted, and it shouldn't be operable it shouldn't be more than maybe operable like an awning. We should have more restrictions so that they couldn't circumvent that, because I really think this is the crux. People will feel very violated if a unit goes up and they feel like they've lost their ability to sort of be themselves in their backyard because there's somebody right there. So I would encourage staff to get a little deeper. I'm not suggesting the exact language of the local designers. I think I'd instruct staff to develop very clear specifics about scenarios in which a window could be considered a second story window under our code. And if so, if it faced the perimeter, to what extent it would not be a see-through window, and what we could do about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lowing.
Yeah, Commissioner Alchek, I appreciate your sensitivity to that. And staff said, they were talking about fully obscured windows and obscured glazing. So I think they're on the same page, but your word opaque might be a very good add. I had the question on the operable skylights, just for clarification. Is that to get the light in, but not put in windows intentionally? Anyone?
Yeah, I mean, it would be like a, window, not a window, but, rooftop skylight that just let in light versus just being an actual window into the space, so.
Okay. So I really think the staff did a good job of sort of shifting it to be more broadening. And I'd be very supportive of them taking this to an ordinance language with what you have here, perhaps with beefing up a few of the words as Commissioner Alcheck suggested. But I think you're right on the right track in terms of what you included and what you have not included. So that's it. Thanks.
Suma.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with Commissioner Alcheck and Commissioner Lowing. And furthermore, I think words like sleep in C, like sleeping rooms, endeavor to have egress windows. The term endeavor there is just one that's likely to be really confusing legally in the future. So I think I think the privacy is key here. And also E, no exterior lighting mounted above 7 feet on walls. It's not an issue of how high the lights are mounted. To be honest, it's an issue of where they are directed. So exterior lighting should be directed down to provide safety, but not out to go in to escape your property and go into someone else's. So I think staff had it right here and is looking out for what I think will be more successful ADU.
Thank you, Commissioner Suma. I've got a couple questions for staff before I ask them. Commissioner Templeton, do you want to weigh in or you want to wait?
On some of these, we're moving the staff proposal. It doesn't seem very controversial. Like I'm in the interest of time, trying not to reiterate, but I think we've covered the ground and I don't have anything to add.
So, Mr. Sauls, I do have a couple questions. When we look at the ATF recommendations, recommendation D, which is the use of operable skylights, is that concept included in the staff proposal? And if not, does staff have some objection to that?
I don't think we have any objection to the use of operable windows. I think it would probably just be a matter of being clear that they're accepted as a means of light into the space. At least, in the zoning code, I'm certain the building code would probably have something like that already, but I think some could interpret a 16-foot height limit as if it's kind of a ceiling, and anything that pushes through that ceiling is an automatic, if you imagine a box, reaching to that point, someone could imagine, that would somehow negate or nullify the whole project because of it. And I think we could be obviously very clear and direct that that's not the case, but be also supportive of the use of operable skylights. I don't think there's a problem we have with that.
And similarly, item E in the ATF recommendation, which is Commissioner Suma just referenced, no exterior lighting mounted above 7 feet. First of all, I wanted to know, is there a city regulation that requires exterior lighting to be pointed downward rather than out?
We do. It's in the single family residential regulation. So we do have something that we can pull from there that speaks to the need to have lighting be downward facing or not projecting off onto other properties.
So this, their proposal would actually augment that. And not only does it have to be downward facing, it has to be no more than 7 feet so that you're not even going to see the light on your neighbor shining down, from a high level, from 14 feet up.
Right. For a side facing fence, the maximum height is typically 7 feet. So I think that may be where that's where they're trying to pull that kind of feeling from.
Okay. And does staff have any issue with that concept?
No, we support that.
All right. So, and I guess where I weigh in is I like those items D and E from ATF. Also, I do like the staff sensitivity to recognize that not all second floors are created equal. They don't start at the same point. And I think really when you read the staff proposal here in the cheat sheet, I think that's kind of where staff is going at is that we're not concerned as much with what we call that upper area as we are with what regulations apply when you're above the fence line and could look at your neighbor's property. So I kind of like a hybrid of the staff proposal plus D&E from the ATF. Commissioner Olczak.
Yeah, I want to ask a quick question. And this is, this is coming from a good place because I do really support this. But in our city, we have a slightly different process for second story development in single family residential, meaning that if you want to build a 2-story house, you go through a slightly different review than you do with a 1-story house. And so, for example, if you build a 1-story house with a very high ceiling, even 16 feet, and you have transom windows, you don't have to seek approval because you're not creating privacy issues. But if you build a 2-story house and you only have a 4-foot tall window, you have to go through that 2-story review. And I don't know if this would even fly in the state process. But considering that we do this for single family homes, main residences, I think we have a better case of saying we're just being consistent with our approach. And so maybe the tool here because again, my objective here is to create an opportunity for people to build ADUs that doesn't scare half this community. And so maybe one of the options here would be to have some language that we could look at, we could try, that would create a process by which, the same way we do for the main residences, if you have 2 stories, you go through, what do we call it?
Individual review.
Individual review. And so if you're going to build a 2-story ADU that clearly has different impacts than a 1-story ADU, we're going to have a kind of individual review for that process so that someone could just be aware about what's happening and make sure that they understand what's coming and they can communicate to their neighbor their concerns and that process that we have. So I want to just throw that out there and see if any of you are familiar with the individual review process for 2-story homes and whether you would be amenable to just seeing some draft language regarding that and seeing if we could drive with the state law.
I think that Mr. Yang would like to speak to that, if that's okay, Chair, and why that may not be something we can do.
I'm going to ask a question along those lines, so Mr. Yang may have anticipated the question. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, so there are some issues with the idea of just sort of importing our individual review process into the ADU context, because even though we're only talking about these table 2 units, the ones that are over 800 square feet, where someone's trying to do something a little bit different than what the state, tells us we have to just approve. Our review of those applications needs to be ministerial. So, the only way I can think of right now of creating something that approximates individual review is for us to create regulations for these table 2 units that make it very objective regulations that make it very difficult to have a second story, and then say, if you want, to seek an exception from those objective regulations, then you can go through this, more subjective process of individual type review. And I think this is why Assistant Director Tanner earlier spoke about the basement regulation as being a privacy concern, because that's really our one hook to keep people from building a second story, is to not allow them to go to sink that first floor by a foot or 2 feet.
So I appreciate that. I guess what I would say is, I think what you're hearing tonight isn't a concern that the siding of the ADU above a certain foot would cause a privacy concern. It's the glazing, glazing meaning windows. And so maybe the alternative isn't to say we're going to create a policy that's so restrictive that you need a special exception to build a second story. Maybe we just need to have rules regarding glazing that are so restrictive that in order to get the glazing you want, you need to seek an exception. Because that is, again, like I said, that's the privacy concern, is the glazing. So I would be in support of seeing some draft language, and I wonder if any of my other commissioners would see it, where it basically said for any windows that exceed the height of a fence, They have to be opaque, frosted, choose your word. If you want to create a pathway for exceptions that looks like individual review, so be it. And that way, if someone was like, look, I'd love to explain to my neighbor what I want to do. And if I can get their support, great. And if I can't, great. So what I'm suggesting is that the 2-story ADU isn't the problem. It's the 2-story ADU with a bedroom window overlooking your fire pit or wherever you got in your little art studio, whatever. And so I like this idea you've just come up with, creating a very strict process. And if you want something other than that, you'd have to seek an exception, which could resemble our individual review process. If that's something you think is possible, I would support a motion that asked for that kind of interesting language.
As far as the staff support, I think that certainly we could do that. I think part of the issue with the privacy, and I'm glad we're having the discussion, is just to hear from the commission, because this is very sensitive. I think you've made in the motion will make it even clearer what your intent would be. And I think it's an area where staff really, because of sensitivity, want to have, policy advisors such as yourselves helping us to navigate this topic. And so that it goes forward back to PTC and onward to council, we've really thought it through. So what I'm hearing is, it sounds like there's some agreement with some of the suggestions from the group in terms of there had previously been some interest in the egress windows facing the interior lot, and maybe either making it required or very specific. That certainly windows above a certain height facing other properties would have some type of obscuring or other things. And then the skylights being operable, being amenable to pretty much, I think, all parties that are part of this conversation.
I would just add that those obscure windows would be a non-operable. Because I want to eliminate the possibility that someone could subvert the intent here. And then I would suggest to you that I would be amenable to, because maybe there is something we can't appreciate. I'd be amenable if you want to seek exception, then you go through a process like individual. Maybe that's too much of a pain in the ass to figure out, excuse me, pain in the butt to figure out right now, and that's fine. But my default would be to be most restrictive about this privacy concern about glazing, as opposed to trying to thread the needle here, because it could cause issues.
Thanks. Yeah, and I did have that. I did make a note that you were speaking also to operable windows. So
to be clear, I would say like any window on the perimeter above 8 feet should be obscure and fixed. If you're looking for like the more concise, that's how tough I would be about it.
So I think there may be safety issues, even on the second floor, with the escape route needed through a window. So I think we'd have to, I think that's something we could have staff explore, but I would hate to draw a line in the sand here to find out we were asking for something that couldn't happen. And so it seems like the task force solution was, and maybe endeavor was not a strong enough word, maybe it's require them to design their structures so that where there's a second floor bedroom, it must exit onto the long side of the yard, if you will, with the one without the short setback. Maybe that's a kind of requirement, because I don't know that we can preclude operable windows if that's the escape route. So that's one issue. On the opaque, if I'm understanding Commissioner Alcheck, I think you're suggesting the whole window, top to bottom, be opaque or frosted, whatever. And I guess I have an issue with that, and I have 25 years of practical experience living in this house, in a bedroom on the second floor with a big bay window that faces the street. And we have these blinds that if you drive by our house, you'll see them. They're pulled up during the day about 60% so that you can't see me standing in my bedroom, and I pretty much can't see you driving by. I really can't see the house across the street, but I can look out those windows and I can see the sky and I can see the trees and I can see them clearly, because my windows are not opaque up there. And so I'm concerned that if you frosted all my windows, I would feel trapped. And that might be uncomfortable. And so I like the concept of making the windows opaque at and below eye level, And I like the staff approach on that issue to define not what's at eye level with a more flexible tool than just call it second story, which I think is what the existing language is. So that would be my concern about all opaque windows. And I see Commissioner Templeton's hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff if, do you have any feedback on the level of detail we're going on this? Is it perhaps, like, do you get the gist, or is it welcome to have this level of feedback, or can we just because we got 9 more to go through, and I feel like we're getting into a lot of detail.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue, Commissioner.
No, go ahead.
I think that we are getting a detail level that is helpful for staff. And I want to just repeat what I'm hearing to make sure that I'm capturing it correctly. And before I do that, just remind, this is to table 2 units. So other units that are kind of under the state mandated program can have a second story, and they can have clear windows. There could be, so I want to make it clear, we're not going to avoid all issues with second story ADU windows through this practice. But what we are trying to do is when folks choose another path that has larger units, that we're trying to minimize it with those. And for folks who say, yeah, I want to have a larger ADU, and so yeah, I'm willing to do some of these compromises that I don't have to do if I choose to have a smaller unit. With that said, I think we're hearing that the goal is to really think about where eye level is, and that it's really kind of above the eye level that could look down into a neighboring property that are the big areas of concern. And then, of course, making sure that it aligns with what's required for life and safety. And so recognizing that we couldn't just say, well, that window has to be not operable if it's required by that. So I'm certain that there's a way we can figure out how to do that, and bring that back to you for consideration as code language. And I do have the other notes as well, the skylights and things like that. I know it might be, so that's kind of what I'm hearing, and could be a motion to say, continue to work on, a set of issues, ABC, and come back to that.
Is it okay for us to say something like, maximize safety and privacy at the same time, and come back with proposals for that? Or do we need to kind of give you more specific direction on that?
I think this conversation we're understanding, and that would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
I'll check.
Yeah, look, I just want to respond, Commissioner Eggman. I completely appreciate this notion. I know exactly the setup you're describing. I utilize similar style blinds for purposes in my home, but none of my windows face and overlook my neighbor's fence. And so what I would suggest to you is that if there was some theoretical possibility to consider clear light penetrant, because when I'm talking about frosted light, I am talking about light. Light comes through. In fact, I would suggest to you that I have a frosted skylight, which does a tremendous job at diffusing light in my house, better than the clear skylight would have done. Astonishingly, it diffuses light into every corner of the room as opposed to a light panel. But I would just want to add that I would only support a minimum of 84. Like, it would have to be frosted to 7 feet from the floor level that sill is sitting above. So if you've got a second floor, I wouldn't. Eye level is too, unspecific, and it's not whether or not you can see out. It's whether the neighbor feels like threatened by this situation. And I would just respond to Commissioner Templeton with the most respect here, which is this idea of let's balance safety and privacy. We want to create housing, but not at the expense of destroying people's sense of backyard. And so we're talking about a very unique situation, a 2-story ADU. There's not going to be a ton of them. Maybe there will be some. Maybe it'll be an ADU built on top of an existing garage that's already close to the property line. And in that case, maybe there's a way we can encourage that the bedroom not be put in that corner that's adjacent to that perimeter, and they put the bedroom somewhere else because they have to have an egress window. I think there are other solutions. And because I really do think this will be the thing that destroys somebody's sense of privacy. And if maybe there's a version of a fixed window that just pops out in the case of an emergency. So it's operable for emergency purposes only, but not so that you can destroy the limitation we're trying to put in. And so I'm not trying to, put words in your mouth. I think that you agree with the sentiment. And the question is, are we limited by our own sort of experience? And I would hope we would be comfortable letting staff sort of do a few things. Number one, I would come back with like different versions. Show us like what is super strict, and then show us maybe something a little less strict. And we can kind of decide between the two what we like. Because I think most of us understand, I think most of us are in agreement here when we're fearful that we'll destroy flexibility and usability, which we don't want to do. And I think some of us are largely protective, and so hopefully we can come up with something. So I'll make a motion. I would recommend that staff return to us with language that reflects the discussion we've had, emphasizes the privacy concerns we have with respect to glazing, and comes up with some sort of concrete and specific rules that meet the goals of limiting opportunities for individuals in adjacent lots to feel like their privacy has been infringed. I'm leaving it, intentionally a specific here because I think you took all the notes that you really need. You don't need me to tell you that it should be glazed if it's under 8 feet. I think it would be better if you sort of tapped into it. And I would encourage you to, maybe bring us some information about how operable skylights would work. Just to address that one point that Stefan Russell said, which about the operable skylights, is I've never seen an operable skylight on something that wasn't pitched, and so in theory they open down the pitch, so they would never be at the top height of a roof because they don't operate up in that corner. They don't operate like that. They operate like this. So I don't think we would see those issues maybe about the height being maximized. And I think skylights provide excellent sources of light. So maybe we create the usability and light experience that some of the commissioners are looking for. We also have language that protects the privacy, like some of the commissioners are clearly concerned about.
So Commissioners Lowing and Templeton, your hands were up before the motion was made. So let me first see if there is a second to the motion, and then I will call on you.
I'm seconding the motion.
Start. Commissioner Lowing, are you seconding?
I am.
Okay. All right. So, and you're up. So.
Okay. So yes, speaking to that, I was ready to make a motion. Commissioner Olczyk's was kind of long, but I think his motion stopped and then he commented on it. So basically, we're going in the direction on the privacy issue that staff has proposed for them to incorporate comments that we also put on the table. So that's what I'm supporting. I think they're going in the right direction there.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'm inclined to support this motion as well. I raised my hand just to clarify for the record that I was suggesting not to balance privacy and safety, but to maximize privacy and safety at the same time, because I think that we can do that and we can ask staff to do it. And I think your motion captures that. My main objection is that we can't really be crafting this wording from the dais at this point. It's a little premature. So I was concerned we were going in that direction. I like that the motion is not attempting to do that and gives the guidance, the guidelines, so that when staff does come back, we'll have an opportunity to review the details at that time.
All right. I'll be supporting the motion. I think given our discussion and the breadth of the motion, I think we've given staff sufficient direction that they can craft something and we can analyze specifics when it comes back to us. Commissioner Suma, before I call the vote, do you have anything you want to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Olczyk?
Aye.
Chair Heckman?
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Chair Boulevard is absent. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. All right, moving on to section B, Roman 3, increasing the exemption for development impact fees. Looks like Mr. Sauls has a cheat sheet for us. Mr. Sauls, you want to elaborate?
Sure. Well, it's pretty self-explanatory in the section in the staff report discussing it, as well as what this slide is trying to identify, which is that currently the state law provides exemption for development impact fees up to 749 square feet, and then units that are exceeding that would need to be charged a comparable fee to the size of the ADU relative to the size of the house. So 33% sized ADU to the house would get a 33% charge comparison to what the house may get. So if it's $10,000 for the house for a new home on a property that's vacant, then for an ADU you would basically get charged. And if it was somehow a third the size of the primary home, you'd be charged about $3,000 for that. Right now, we don't intend to, or staff doesn't propose expanding that exemption, as these fees are community serving fees for parks, libraries, safety, public safety facilities, and general government facilities.
Thank you. Mr. Pop, do you have something to add on behalf of the task force on this
I
issue?
do actually, on this one is, and we feel strongly about this one. First, I will say that in January of 2020, the state adopted regulations that said that any unit that is less than 750 square feet cannot be charged an impact fee. So any unit that has been charged that fee in Palo Alto should be refunded that, because that was an unfair taking. I think that's pretty clear. Second, I do want to just illustrate very briefly that the way that this is assessed is proportionate to the size of the existing house on the lot. That's what the state regulation describes. And so the clear example that I've been sharing were two ADUs that I was doing in parallel. The first one was an 800 square foot ADU on a lot that had about a 3,500 square foot house. As a result of that calculation, that ADU was charged an impact fee of about $4,000. Similarly, I was doing a ADU that was just a little bit larger than that, about 840 square feet, but it was on a lot that has a 1,300 square foot house. And the impact fee as a result of that calculation for almost exactly the same ADU was close to $15,000. And I find that kind of inconsistency troubling. And I think that it's an unintended consequence of the language. And the number of ADUs that we see that are at a scale that exceeds 750 square feet, that are at or exceed 750 square feet, are not so great that this isn't something that we should let go of in order to encourage the development of ADUs in a fair way. Thank you.
Thank
If
you.
I may just add very quickly, I think Mr. Sauls may have covered it, but we would be bringing this back as, depending on the will of the commission, that perhaps not charging fees or lesser fees could be part of an incentive program to promote affordability in ADUs. So that's something to consider for the future. And then also, while the state has changed the law going forward, there is no requirement that cities refund previous fees under regulations that of when those fees were charged, which were lawfully charged at the time that those permits were issued.
The refund issue is actually our next discussion topic, and so I'm going to hold that and ask the commission to hold on that issue until we get to the next one. On this item, before I take commission comments, I had a question of staff. So these ADU issues that we're wrestling with tonight, it's only a piece of the puzzle. As I understand it, you're bringing back to us, possibly in mid-April, the rest of the pie relating to affordability issues. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so this item is, I think what Ms. Tanner, what you were saying is there is some linkage between this item of exemption of development impact fees and what we might be discussing in mid-April.
Certainly, and it's not to negate Mr. Pop's assertion, which is true, that one way to promote ADU development of all sizes could be to not charge impact fees at all, or decrease them, or change the fees, regardless of whether there's affordability. Another way would be say, well, let's do it, but let's meet some of our other city goals at the same time.
All right. So Commissioner Lowing, I see your hand, and then Commissioner Alchek.
Yes, thanks. Maybe Staff Tanner could comment on Mr. Pop's examples of two roughly same size 800 square foot plus that are being charged substantially different fees. Because I understand the parity issue, neighbor to neighbor. Can you address that one?
I can jump in and speak to that. As Mr. Pop and Mr. Sauls both described, the state code requires ADU impact fees to be proportional to the size of the main house on the property. So if you have a smaller primary residence, actually, in some jurisdictions, it doesn't make a difference. Because some jurisdictions will charge fees based on square footage for the main residence. Palo Alto actually charges more or less a flat fee for a single family residence. So if you're building a 2,500 square foot main residence or a 1,200 square foot main residence, you're paying the same fee, same amount for the main residence. And that's why when you have a proportional fee calculation for an ADU, you're running into these discrepancies. Even though they're the same size, one of them is paying more. The flip side of that is when you're building the main residence, even though they're different sizes, you're both paying the same amount. That's just the way that Palo Alto has set up its single family residential fees. We could, if we went through a fee study and thought that it made sense, change our whole single family fee structure to be square footage based. And if we did that, then you wouldn't see, those disparities in the fees that are charged for ADUs anymore. But what you're seeing is a reflection of our decision as a city to charge flat fees for single-family homes.
Whereas the proportional fee is a state mandated approach, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I presume also in the same example that Mr. Pop gave, the value of the entire property increases more for the 1,200 square foot house than the larger house, if I got the two square footages of the main house correctly. So it's the value add of the ADU to the value, not to mention if it is going to be rented, the income you can get off of that you put into the calculations. But I understand why this is sensitive to people, because they'd say, I'd rather pay less than more to get my ADU up. So I really get that, but the fact of even the numbers that are in the staff report on the old report, page 50, $7,000 to $12,000 for a new ADU is a very small amount to go for the number of people over 50 years that are going to be in that ADU using public services, and that's what it's there for. It's not meant to be, it's not meant to be a punishment. It's meant to be, hey, more people are moving to the area, and we need everything from, we need our services paid for. So I understand that, and I think that we can't duck that. The fact that most of ours are under 750 means most folks aren't going to be having that fee, and the ones that are over that, that we start to get, are getting more value added to their home and their whole property, and potentially higher rents as well. So I'm definitely inclined to stay with the direction that staff has at this point, because I don't think very many people are going to be impacted. And if they do, I think the value of the property is going to go up accordingly, and the value of the potential rental is as well. And I don't see a way to get around the state process for equity at this point based on feedback. So I would move that we address the direction of staff proposal on this one.
Mr. Olchek.
Okay, I'm gonna try to speak quickly. A couple thoughts for you, Commissioner Lowing. The two units that he described were almost exactly the same. I don't think they would garner different rents. Number two, we've heard of scenarios where people move into the ADU and they rent the house. In that situation, you'd be renting a 1,300 square foot house, not a 3,000 square foot house, which means you get a lot less rent. The vast majority of the situations that we would notice this is in the smaller, older homes. Those are the homes that are most likely not new, less affluent. So the 1,300 square foot home, the ADU of first of all, the larger ADUs will show up on lots that have more space. And there are a lot of lots in our community that were built in 1951, and despite being large lots, they have 18 or 15 or 1,700 square foot homes on them, and they have plenty of space for an ADU. And so this concept, I think, will impact them dramatically. I think this will impact people with less money more. And so I think we should be a little more sensitive to it. But here's my solution, and I would be so happy if everybody agreed to this. And I think, you know, people like Council Member Filseth have long said that they want to put their, mouth, they want to put their money where their mouth is. I suggest that we encourage City Council to accept a 10-year moratorium on impact fees for ADUs. This is a tool that everybody thinks is going to save us. The crisis is immediate. Let's just see what happens if we waive impact fees for 10 years. Are there going to be impacts to our community? Yes. How many ADUs get built in a year? Not that many. So the idea here would be like, well, let's see what we can do to get this started. Let's waive impact fees for 10 years. Let's see if we can solve this housing crisis with the one tool. This is it. There's no other. I mean, this is one of the most robust tools that we really have in our community. We don't have other tools, unfortunately, yet. And so I just think, imagine if the commission was like, you know what, staff, we think the city council should waive fees for 10 years. This is a good reason. We're going to talk about affordability in a future meeting, but I don't even think we need to wait till then. Especially if impact fees are going to harm the people with the smallest homes in our community. I don't think that example is unique. I think you're going to see that happening a lot. The more people consider this, and $15,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money when the total construction cost might be under 100,000 or under 150. It represents 10%. So let's do the right thing. Let's encourage this. Let's promote this by encouraging council to exempt the impact fees for ADUs.
Suma.
So I would associate my comments with Commissioner Lowing, and look, we don't have any evidence that housing that new housing units are being built when ADUs are built. They're largely, and this is great, but used by the family that lives in the primary house. Anecdotally, everyone I know that's been built has been that way. And I think not having impact fees is really unfair to other people that do an addition on their house. You know, if you're going to build and bring more people or build more, you need to pay more. You need to pay for the impact fees. These are, if they bring people in that otherwise wouldn't be living in this community, and or if they're just to extend the options for the family in the main house, I think it's not fair to not charge these people as you would charge other people that are building a new house or building an addition. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. And the state has already taken away our ability to charge impact fees, which keep our parks and schools and things that people need. So I'm not in favor at all of waiving impact fees for any reason. And I think it's such a small percentage of the cost of building an ADU that if you have the money to build an ADU, you have a little bit for impact fees and you're expecting it. And that helps everyone in the community and it impacts everybody equally. So I'm not in favor of waiving it at all.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I think my fellow commissioner and I are running in different circles because I'm hearing from people that have developed ADUs that it's very expensive. They want to help with our housing crisis, and these kinds of fees are a significant burden on them. And they are renting it out to people outside our community, but that provides a benefit to our community. And so I think if the city really intends to encourage and incentivize ADU development, this is reducing or eliminating those fees might be a good way to do it. So I was wondering, is it possible, staff, I don't know if you have these numbers, but if that is material to the conversation, do we know how many of these ADUs are creating new housing?
Commissioner, we don't have records. We don't track whether an ADU is rented, and we don't track rental units at that level. So we don't know, unfortunately, the status and occupancy of constructed ADUs.
Have we heard at all from the community members through this working group or directly through staff that any anecdotal remarks about the effect that these fees are having on people's willingness or ability to afford developing the unit?
Certainly that is what the task force is saying. And, in the past, before the relief for the 750, it was a concern that was raised as well, before the smaller units were exempt. So I think it really is an issue that you have commissioners on both sides, and both sides have their merit, that it can be expensive and at the same time pays for services. And so just trying to balance that between those two things.
Okay, well, just to throw my 2 cents in there, I think that housing is a public benefit. And if we are trying to incentivize this housing, then this could be a way to do it.
Commissioner Lowry, and I see your hand. Let me make my initial comments and then I'll call on you. So I have spoken at these meetings a number of times. I think most recently in our NVCAP deliberations, that I think one of the tools that this city needs to use to encourage development of housing, particularly affordable housing, is to find ways to subsidize it. And development impact fee exemptions, that is a form of subsidy. But the question that comes up is how does the city maximize the bang for its subsidy buck? And right now in a vacuum, I don't know if granting exemptions for the square footage of an ADU over 749 square feet is going to do that. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I mean, for example, if we were told that the exemption of the fee will only make a difference to 2 of the next 100 potential ADU builders, and the other 98 will build regardless, then I wouldn't want to give all 100 the exemption, because that's taking money off the table that maybe we could have a different subsidy with a different target, like multifamily housing, that would take us farther. And so what I would actually like to do is, I don't want to kill this issue, but I'd like us to move it forward to be brought back in the context of the affordability discussion we're going to have on ADUs, hopefully in mid-April. I would just like to push it forward to that, so at least we can see it in some context. Those are my thoughts. And so, Commissioner Lowing, you're next.
Yes, my original motion in my first little talk covered exactly what you said, Chair Heckman, which is that they are going to bring it back relative to affordable ADU regulations. So we will be able to consider it at that point. I also actually like Commissioner Alczyk's suggestion of some short-term incentive, because I think that just would get people's attention around it. So I don't mind at all that we do something like for the next 2 years for a trial, We say whoever signs up in the next 2 years, regardless of the size, we're gonna, waive it and just see what happens. And if we need to extend it, we can extend it. So that's what I was saying to begin with, is I think I like the direction. We do have to be serious about paying our bills in other ways, but yeah, we're trying to incent housing. But to your other point, Chair Hackman, I think you don't want to be subsidizing pool houses, and that's one of the risks here. I know someone in a different town who's doing that right now, very intentionally, and that's not okay there either. But it happens, and we can't apparently, even get data on that, let alone control it. But I do agree broadly that we want to support ADUs and housing. And so if we have some sort of short-term moratorium on these fees to get people excited to do them in the next couple of years, I think that could be great. But in general, I just support the direction that staff has gone and look forward to more specifics on that. So that's my motion. I would need a second. The second is, sorry? So the idea is just to have them stay with this one and bring it back with more detail.
That's your motion?
Yeah.
It's not a 2-year moratorium, is not part of your motion?
I'm happy for staff to consider that and put that in as well. Yeah.
May I make a friendly amendment and see if I can make your second?
Sure.
Can we suggest that staff work on language related to a 5-year moratorium?
Sure.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I will be your second. And I just want to ask a quick question to Albert, to City Attorney Yang. Do you know, are properties reassessed after building a ADU?
I do not know the answer to that, sorry.
Okay, if they are, which I presume they are, I would just sort of give Commissioner Suma something to think about, which is that if you build an ADU and you get reassessed, then you would be paying such significantly higher taxes than even if you bought your home in the last 10 years. And so this notion of like paying into the system and paying fair, I think is maybe something to look at again. And also, we're just talking about the units that are over 750 square feet. So I think the most important question really that we need to ask is the staff, how many ADUs north of 750 square feet were built in the last year? And if the answer is 0, then, or 2, then that's probably the reason, right? It might have to do with cost. And so it's like where the state told us we can't limit the size of the ADU below 800 square feet, and we're like, okay, fine, but if you build it close to that number, we're going to charge you, but not if you build it less. And so we're talking about this sort of small group of ADUs. We're talking about the kind of ADUs that are most suitable for rental. 500 square foot ADU, that could be a little guest house, that could be a little office. An 800 square foot ADU, that's the kind of unit you rent. And sometimes I'll just add this last comment here, which is why I'm really in support of the moratorium on fees for more than 5 years, which is that you don't have to rent it out for it to solve the housing crisis. You can move your mother-in-law into it. That solves the housing crisis, because you would have to pay for a space for her somewhere in the community, and it could cause you financial hardship. It could cause her. So it doesn't have to be used by someone outside of your family. It could be used for one of your children, which is becoming a major issue in the Bay Area. The housing is so expensive that the children of our community members are moving away. And so if you could give them something that gave them some independence, something that they would otherwise find in a different city, they might stick around. That solves the housing crisis for some. So I think this sort of approach where we need to know who's renting and how much they're getting, that's not the objective. The objective is creating more places for people to live, and to do so urgently. So I'm glad you accepted that, and I hope everyone will support this motion.
Suma.
I think you called on me. Sorry, the first, like, you get cut off right at the beginning of speaking.
Yes, I did.
I was just going to say that, you know, if we had data that showed us that this was providing any response to the affordability problem of housing in California, it would be different, but we don't. So to the extent, as Commissioner Lowing said, to which we are giving people a free ride on impact fees that other people all have to pay to build a, you know, a pool house, it's not particularly attractive to me. So if we had evidence that this was somehow helping with the affordability crisis in California housing, then that would be a different thing, but we don't have that. So I'm not in support of it. I think it's unfair to people who have to pay the impact fees.
Chair, may I restate what I have written as the motion? So I have written that it's to move the staff recommendation, which would be to bring back either some type of relief from fees in the context of affordability, and that could include a waiver or moratorium on fees for 5 years to be considered. Does that sound accurate?
Ask the maker of the motion as friendly amended.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let me say regarding the motion that I am not today supportive of a 2 or a 5 or a 10-year moratorium on fees, because again, I think that the city has to choose what to subsidize, and we don't have the information today to know if this would be a wise choice. But I'm going to support the motion because I think staff doing the work of putting together the language that would accomplish that will require staff to analyze how effective it might be to, you know, how many additional units do we think we will get by doing this, you know, doing some kind of projection. And that's really what I want to see. And if it turns out that it is, you know, the solution to all of our ADU problems, then I'm going to be supportive. If it is just a giveaway that really doesn't solve the problem, then I'm not going to be supportive of the actual ordinance language. But I think it's worth carrying forward to investigate, and I think this is the right way to do it, as the motion and second have identified. Are there any additional commissioner comments? Commissioner Olczak.
Yeah, I just want to say I have since in the interim, I have looked up some of the language regarding reassessment. There is an assessment for an ADU. And I would suggest that I can't give you numbers right now, but if someone bought their house, like say in the 70s or 80s, they could well be paying less into our local coffers than somebody who would build an ADU this year on an old house in an old lot, adding a 750 square foot ADU. So this concept of how much are you contributing to the community is you know, we have to be careful, because if you found out that this young couple that has moved into an ADU and they're paying an assessment fee greater than this person, you know, it's all relative. So a lot of our property taxes go into you know, the city, and so these impact fees represent, you know, a small. The big question, Commissioner Heckman, is if you're considering an ADU and you have room for 780 square feet. Are you going to go, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do the 749 because it's not worth that extra cost, or 810. And everybody knows every square foot counts. If you don't have a pantry, you know what I mean. So.
All right, I'm seeing no other commission hands raised. So Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Olczak.
Aye.
Chair Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rupavar is absent. Commissioner Suma.
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1 with 1 commissioner absent.
All right, it's 9:50. So before we move forward, I want to do a check-in with the commission. My thought is that we're making good progress, and I think actually as we move down this list, we'll get to some items that are simpler for us to deal with in terms of directing, yeah, keep going or stop. But I want to suggest that we would go till 11 and hopefully conclude by then. If not, we can, I just say we'll take this issue for another hour to 10:50, and then we would stop. If we're not done, talk about when we might bring it back and do the rest of the business of the commission, so we could end tonight by approximately 11. Any commission feedback on that? I see Commissioner Lowing's head nodding. I see a thumb up from Commissioner Suma. I see a hand raised by Commissioner Alchek and Commissioner Templeton. So Commissioner Alchek, is your hand, is this a new hand? Nope, gone. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you for giving us an opportunity to chime in on this. I think that there's some kind of curve of efficiency and effectiveness as the evening goes on. I've noticed that there are items that we are digging in that maybe we could have had agreement 20 minutes earlier in the discussion, and I don't really know. I would love to finish it in the next hour, but I just want to encourage people, like, we don't have to opine at length on every single one of these, especially if we like the staff proposal. So maybe we could be more efficient, just to the chair's original opening plea. If we're going to go ahead and invest another hour, I hope we can maybe wrap it up. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Templeton. So I'm seeing a absence of objection to continuing for another hour. So let's move on to item B, Roman 4, refunding prior development impact fees. And Mr. Sauls, I see you have provided a cheat sheet for us. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so I kept this this slide the same just to try to capture both of these because they were pretty well entangled with each other. So the letter provided by the design professionals have identified that they would be seeking to have the city refund fees that have been charged for ADUs that have been permitted but not yet been constructed. Currently, and in the staff report, I believe we identified this as well, that currently the fees that we have taken in since, I believe it was 2015 or 2017 that we identified in the staff report, was to the tune of $1 million. So that if we were to refund that money, it would be supported by some other means. Effectively, that hole would be filled in through some other means, either through the general fund or some other kind of financial way that the city would be able to kind of cope for that. And currently, the staff does not support refunding those fees.
Pop, you had actually spoken to this a little bit on the last item. Did you have any thing to add specifically regarding this refund?
I do, if you don't mind. I'm going to just more carefully articulate what my group has asked for, because we are not asking to go back to the beginning of time on this. The state law changed in 2020, January of 2020. And at the moment the state law changed, the city of Palo Alto was obligated to have a ordinance which was in conformance with that state law. Prior to that date, it was not the same condition. And so our only request is that the council direct a refund for development impact fees assessed for units that have been permitted since January of 2020. Not since 2015 or $1 million worth of that, but just those since the time that the state law changed. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Is it possible for the staff to maybe explain why we were taking like fees on this group after the law changed? It seems like maybe there's a nuance that'd be worth spelling out as we discuss this.
Certainly, if there were fees charged to any unit last year, essentially, and going forward from last year, that was less than 750 square feet, then those certainly should not have been charged. So we can certainly do an audit to ensure that no fees were charged and those would need to be refunded. And we would agree with that assessment.
Thank you so much.
Suma.
Thanks. I was actually going to ask what Chair Templeton asked, so.
I'll check.
Okay, it looks like we have alignment. Let's do this. I recommend that we move, or let me change that. I would like to make a motion that we ask staff to do the audit on 2020, and if there were fees that were incorrectly charged, let's process them and get those refunded. And that way we've done both things. We've maintained our current sort of staff view on this, and we've met the local architect's view. I want to add here that, you know, there were some people who went through this process before the rules were really outlined, and they couldn't do as much as they will be able to do in the future. And we don't want to penalize people for being sort of first movers. Someone has to do it. And if we weren't going to charge them now and the state didn't want us to, then it sounds like staff agrees that we should probably go through the process of auditing it. So I move that we direct staff to inquire into their 2020 practices, and if they find some fees were charged, to refund those fees.
I'll second that.
Oh.
All right, Commissioner Suma. All right, we have a motion and a second. And I'll be supporting, I'm not seeing any other hands. I'll be supporting the motion, but I think I want to clarify. It seems like there may have been a miscommunication between staff and the task force on this, so that they were, because it seems like staff didn't understand, and I'm not faulting staff, that the task force's proposal was limited to, you know, anything adopted after 2020 when the state law changed. So as a result, staff went to the effort of, you know, looking back to 2015 to try to figure out what the impact would be, and I appreciate that effort. But it seems like this is not even really an issue for ordinance language, and so I'm taking the motion as meaning we're going to address this issue with this audit, and to not bring it back in any kind of ordinance form.
That's correct.
Okay, that's staff's understanding too?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, I'll support it as well. I was prepared to second. So Commissioner Suma acted fast, but this seems like the right thing to do. So thank you.
Other commission comments, or seeing no hands? Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Ovchak,
Aye.
Commissioner Heckman, Chair Heckman,
QI.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 with one commissioner absent.
Thank you. We'll move next to item B, Roman 5, allowing doorways between units. And I see Mr. Sauls is
Furiously scrolling through the staff report.
Yeah, this recommendation's a little simpler. Didn't quite need a table, we didn't think.
So Mr. Sauls, any elaboration?
It's somewhat clear as to what we had maintained before. Staff doesn't feel that there's a need to have a door between the units that are attached to the primary unit.
And I would say that the junior accessory dwelling units would be allowed to still have a door but a ADU that's attached would not, and that's the current regulations, and we would support maintaining that.
Thank you. So I think that this is maybe best illustrated by a conversation I had with a potential client today who has a daughter with MS. She wants to build her an independent unit that has a bathroom and a kitchen in it and allow her to live independently, but provide care for her when she needs it. And the idea that she would have to exit her house at 3 a.m. to go take care of her daughter, potentially walking outside in the rain and then going through the front door of the ADU, just seems ludicrous to me. And I would latch back onto what I sort of heard Commissioner Lowing say earlier today, which is that people are just going to break the rules if they want to. And this is a case where I actually have a client who framed in a door, and as soon as they were done with final inspection, they just put the door in because they needed to be able to get to their mother who was living in an ADU, and they didn't want to have to go outdoors to get to her. I just don't understand why we would regulate something like this. And I think that most of the people who are part of the task force think that this is just entirely unnecessary restriction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pop. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. And thank you so much for sharing that anecdote, Mr. Pop. I was preparing my own anecdote about why I think this is a good idea. And I would like the PTC and staff to maybe look into ways that we could all become more comfortable with this. Before I moved out here, one of the last magazines I received in my old hometown was a Southern Living architecture stages of life article. And because it was the last one I had with me when I moved away, I read it over and over and over again. And it was absolutely beautiful about building a small home and then expanding it and having an apartment for your grown kids, or being able to move there when you're older and renting out your house, and all these different possibilities of how it could be used. And it was exactly this scenario. It was a home and an ADU with a door that could be potentially open if needed for the caregiving situation, or it could be completely closed off if there was separate family units using it. So I think just being able to design with flexibility in mind and understanding that uses change over time is something that we could safely acknowledge. I feel comfortable with that. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that there are a lot of scenarios in which being able to access that unit could be beneficial.
Commissioner Olchek.
Yeah, so look, I think there are members of the community who, without evidence to the contrary, will, have they read language like, the concern expressed previously is that units will be treated as an addition to the house rather than as a separate housing unit. This language suggests someone's going to do something they shouldn't do. And it's like, oh, they're going to get away with something. They built a full kitchen, a fully bathed, a bathroom, and a housing unit, but they're going to use it as an extra room. The logic fails the minute we sort of acknowledge that we don't really care if it's a JDU. Why? Because the JDU doesn't have a full kitchen? No. If it's a JDU, we don't mind if it gets treated as a, what do they call it? An addition to the house. I mean, there's probably plenty of people who are going to build an ADU and they won't put a door between the two because they're going to want it to feel separate. But for every single person that is considering this as an in-law unit, which is, by the way, the other name used for ADUs informally, that person probably wants a door. Maybe they don't use the door. It's one of those doors you only use in the case of emergencies. But if it's an in-law unit, if it's that sort of scenario where the two are touching as opposed to outside and separate, detached, I mean, the logic fails. So this seems to me like let's not. I'm not going to make any more comments, just to say that I would like to suggest, I move that we remove this limitation and stop treating it like it's some sort of nefarious intent on the rich and otherwise resourceful, and move on.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I'm happy to second that motion. Commissioner Alchek, I had raised my hand to share another anecdote that I hadn't realized until after my turn passed. But before we moved to Palo Alto, we were living abroad, and we lived in a home that had just such a door. For the owners, while they were abroad, they were renting to us, and they kept their unit, and it was completely separate. The door existed, but it was very secure and locked and not part of our living space, and that worked just fine. There was nothing like suspicious about it, or they had their privacy and we had ours, and it was simply just another architectural feature of the home. So yeah, I think that I'd be really interested to see if staff could come up with some suggestions on how we can make this a possibility in certain homes in Palo Alto, with ADUs.
Other commissioners? All right, I'll go. I don't see any other hands. So on this one, I am not supportive of the motion. And I am supportive of staff's position on this because the concern I have is that people will build these units and not use them for their in-laws and not use them for unrelated relatives, but instead use it as a guest room for the 7 days a year when somebody comes to visit them, and they'll be able to do that because of the door. And I think that will in many cases be the primary use of this additional structure, and that's not its intention. Our desire is to fill these things 100% of the time with people who otherwise have to live someplace else. And so I don't want to do anything to encourage people to use it for anything other than to address our critical housing needs. And I think that allowing the doorway does that. And since we can't regulate who gets to stay, I don't know another way to do it. So I suspect this motion will pass without my support, but that's why I won't be supporting it. Any other, let's see, Commissioner Suma, and followed by Commissioner Lowing.
Thank you. I'm inclined to agree with Chair Heckman. And staff seems to have the same concern, and I'm pretty sure people will put indoors after the fact if they want to. But I also worry about a scenario where it's a privacy issue not to to have a door there, and that could be abused. But I don't feel that strongly about it, but I do lean towards Chair Heckman's view.
Lowing?
Yes, I do understand both sides of this issue. And Mr. Pop and Commissioner Templeton's suggestions or examples are, they're fair. I don't hear staff saying, however, that they can figure out any way to do an exception based on an application or someone's illness, and on top of which, as Commissioner Heckman said, we can't control that for the next tenant. So that's a problem. I think that the other solution, and maybe I'm speaking in a vacuum here, but the other solution is the other kind of ADU. which is an attached ADU. So that would not fit every scenario, but it would allow that door there. So I get both sides, but unless staff can come up with something to ameliorate it, I'd probably just stay with their current recommendation.
I would just to respond to your comments, Commissioner Lowing, that is pretty accurate. We wouldn't want to do anything that's based on the user. It's the use and the structure, because that will be there regardless of the owner and the operator. And so it would really be that either we allow the doors between units or we don't. And staff did feel that by allowing the door between the JADU, it did provide an opportunity for the situations that have been discussed to have a unit where it is a family member that is accessible from the primary unit. Again, notwithstanding the other arguments, but that was why we landed where we did. Certainly it's essentially we either allow the doorways or we don't allow the doorways. That really is the choices, I believe.
Yeah, so the option to have a JADU in some circumstances in these difficult cases does give an alternative, which means that I will not support the current motion.
Commissioner Templeton, your hand is it still up or up newly?
Put it back up again. I just wanted to say, we have so many wonderful people in our community who are members of the disabled community and that want to encourage their children as they age to be as independent as possible, while understanding that they can't necessarily live at the independence levels that other people can. And, I think that the distinction here, if it's okay for one type of unit, but why it's not for the other type of unit, it starts to feel arbitrary. And I just want to encourage, we're not asking to make this decision. We're asking staff to take a look, that we not necessarily reinventing the wheel here. There are other areas that have dealt with this, and there might be a better way to frame it, phrase it, understand it, or regulate it that we haven't looked at. And so I just want to think about ways, we've been talking about ways to keep members of our community and make sure everybody feels welcome, and use this for the housing crisis, especially for a very low income and our disabled community. This is an option for us to think about. So, you don't have to make the decision today. You can just ask staff to look into it. I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Olchek.
Okay, I'm going to try to take another crack at this, seeing if I can get you, Chair Ekman, and maybe others to come over the fence. If there is one legitimate person in this community who wants to be closer to their MS child or in-law, and they would use a door, to put them in a position to break the law seems like almost criminal. To put them in a position to have to choose a JADU when they could build a full ADU and potentially increase the value of their home so that when they sell it in the future, they have more to leave to whoever they have to leave it. To put them in a position where they have to make decisions that are financially less reasonable seems illogical to me. The person you're worried about encouraging to do something that you don't think should be done is going to do it anyways. So the person who you could help here, you're going to put this wonderful person, this angel, in a position to have to break a rule. So I would suggest to you that if it meant that only one person used it appropriately, it was worth allowing that rule so that that person didn't have to live as a rule breaker. It should bother us. It should bother our conscience that we would, because if you're so sure it's going to get done anyways, then I would rather the person who needs it doesn't feel like they've broken a rule. They don't have to ask their architect to come back after the final inspection and make it happen for them. Because frankly, that's degrading. They're trying to do the very best they can possibly do. And who cares if it's got a full kitchen versus a not full kitchen? So let's not if we're so sure it means nothing, then just on the optics, let's make the person who's doing the right thing feel better about it.
Not seeing any other commission hands, but let me ask a question because I'm not sure I understand. Under our current regulations, an attached ADU cannot have a door to the main residence. Is that right,
That
Ms.
is
Tanner?
correct. Yes, that is correct.
And under our current regulations, can a JADU, which definitionally must be attached, does that have a door into the main, can that have a door into the main residence?
It is allowed, yes.
All right, then I'm not seeing any other hands. We have a motion essentially to adopt the task force recommendation and to move forward with ordinance language to accomplish that. So Mr. Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call?
Commissioner Opchak,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
No.
Commissioner Lowing.
No.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion does not carry.
Thank you. All right, now we are moving to a new category of these items, the last category, which is topics requiring additional analyses. So on these items, we're really telling staff whether we think it's worth their time to continue to conduct additional analyses or stop making that effort, turn your attention to other things on your 410 program list. So let's start with Mr. Sauls. You are quick with your slides tonight. So we're going to first talk about incentives to maintain street side setbacks on corner lots. Mr. Sauls.
Sure. So to kind of set the stage, this whole conversation is driven a lot by the recent updates to the state code, where they had identified that ADUs have a 4-foot side and rear setback. And under their understanding and their interpretation, that also applies to street side setbacks. In the previous staff report to PTC and council, we had tried to gather some information on whether or not we wanted to pursue one thing versus the other, and we didn't really receive any feedback on that. So we took that as a means to say, we the PTC and council were accepting of what the current regulations are for the 4-foot setback. That being mentioned, or that being said, we also recognize that there's a streetscape context and urban design issue that comes about when you may have a 4-foot structure compared to something that may be adjacent to it. If you imagine in the example that we have here, maybe something where you have a front yard adjacent to a corner lot street side yard, where you may be progressing from something that may be a 4-foot setback over to a 20-foot setback. And that streetscape context is something that the city has established through their front yard setback and their street side setback. We've identified that those visual elements are important. And so what HCD has said is that we, the city, can also provide incentive to encourage individuals to follow maybe what might be something that the city wants to have. So that may be something where we give them some other sort of benefit to place their unit in an otherwise less optimal location for consuming some other space on a corner lot, which we understand and recognize have notorious difficulty when it comes to developing their site just for their primary home. So in the staff report, we identified a couple of items to the PTC to give us feedback on whether or not we should consider these potential incentives for encouraging some sort of consistency in terms of the streetscape design or urban design context for ADUs. So you see in the staff proposal, the 3 items that we had identified. So potentially removing the requirement to convert an existing garage. The language in the state code and the city code says that for an ADU converted from a garage, there has to be something that exists, which in total results in a 2-step process that from a standpoint of our regulations, it may mean a matter of shifting a location. A garage on a corner lot can't be any closer if it's on the street side yard than 20 feet. However, an ADU can be at a 4-foot setback. If we remove the requirement to convert that, it changes that playing field and where you're trying to establish that. We can then additionally say, okay, if you're going through this additional process, which is beyond what the state code established, we could say, okay, if you're going to do that, we save you some money, we save you some processing time, but then you also accept that you're going to have your garage or your ADU at this distance or this setback. It doesn't have to be 16 feet, if the PTC doesn't agree with that threshold. But that's all part of this discussion. It's not something that we've currently adopted in other regulations in our code. The second one is talking about potentially providing additional square foot bonuses for the lots. This one is maybe not as great, to be honest, and Frank is not as great as some of the other 2 other items, mostly because of what I indicated before, which is that corner lots are notoriously difficult to develop. And so that, while it may provide people an opportunity to develop a larger unit or maybe get some bonus square footage, perhaps it may not necessarily give the incentive that we want. And the last item is about potentially reducing the main house's setback to a 10-foot requirement if they follow an ADU setback of 10 feet. So that is shown in this image that you see on the screen here, where for any corner lot that has a width of less than 50 feet, we currently allow for the street side setback to be 10 feet instead of 16. This would have some mirroring within our language if we were to encourage something like that, but would also then provide a homeowner an additional incentive to develop their corner lot while maintaining some consistency or continuancy of the streetscape design that we have been establishing through our just subdivisions of properties in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. So the task force didn't provide input on this, and I'm not going to encourage Mr. Prop to come up with some, but want to find out if the task force does have a position.
Not at this time. Thank you very much.
All right, commissioners, who would like to speak to this item? Commissioner Lowing.
I want to ask a couple of big picture items here, because this is very complicated in terms of the alternatives that you're putting down. And the first question is, basically you're saying that state law can trump, I'm sorry, that local law can trump state law in terms of these setbacks?
Not for the 4-foot setback in terms of what someone can still do. They could opt instead to choose this incentive that we provide, whatever it may be. But it would not prevent them or prohibit them in the future from saying, you know what, I just want to build an ADU to a 4-foot setback. It would instead be following things like what you see under table 2. Maybe it would be an additional section that speaks to if you are looking to follow, some additional restrictions to ADU placement, you may get these additional benefits. Maybe something similar to what would be the future discussion on affordability.
But that smorgasbord of goodies trumps the state law requirement that it has to be 4 feet, only 4 feet.
If someone chooses it. So I think and maybe that's what you're saying, we were trying to figure out what's the right package of incentives that would make someone say, you know what, I'll go with what you have instead of the 4-foot setback.
Yeah, okay. And the second question is, have you done any inventory on how many corner lots there are? I mean, as I kept reading this, I kept thinking, how many places are we talking about? Because if it's going to make a lot of difference to get a lot of units, then we should probably go through this for the next 45 minutes. But if it's not, then it might be something that could be, postponed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's it's less about how many corner lots there are, which there are many, we could probably count them up, and more about what's the impact of a ADU 4 foot from the sidewalk on a corner lot, and whether or not that's a concern that we want to try to minimize, or we say, well, it's what will happen over time. And over time, many corner lots that choose to have ADUs would have that pattern, at least for the ADU. But then you have in the image in the center, the main home would be at a different alignment. So some might say that that's an urban design impact that over time we would not want. And therefore we want to move something closer to, let's say the image on the right, where there's alignment at least, even if it's closer, or to Garrett's point, perhaps it's even located somewhere else in the lot because we've let them use a garage and do some other things to move it around. So that's not an answer to your question, but I think we're more just thinking about what's the urban design impact over time of ADUs being 4 feet from the sidewalk and kind of disrupting the pattern that we have established in terms of where the main home is on those corner lots.
And none of your solutions, as you pointed out, are sort of eureka kind of moments. You know, this is like the perfect solution. So there's some grinding through here. So my time's up. I'm going to respect the timing.
You, Commissioner Lau, and Commissioner Olczak.
Yeah, would you mind going back to the picture with the slide with the pictures? So here's the deal. The only scenario in my mind that someone won't, do this is if they appreciate the impact on the aesthetics, the same way that the city feels, that it's so disruptive to the streetscape. I can imagine a number of scenarios where they won't feel that way. The biggest problem with a corner lot is that you have no rear yard. And not only do you have no rear yard, but we have some crazy rules about fencing. So you don't have a very private rear yard. So when you put that situation up against the placement of the ADU, you have already an impacted rear yard. If the person that wants to build the ADU can avoid impacting the rear yard, the private rear yard even more, they're going to do it. So your incentives are really poorly aligned. I think the rationale is probably smart. Can we give them something that will make them choose? And I think I would just suggest to you that I would, if we were going to move something here, I would move that you do contemplate this strategy. And my recommendation would be to look for something really good, because it will be odd if it'll look like RVs are parked in. Let me quickly, I think staff member Saul said something that I was not familiar with, which is that by default you treat the shorter side as the street front side.
Right.
Is there a scenario where are there older, like if you have an older home that is developed differently, if you were to rebuild, you'd have to reconfigure, or would the ADU apply? If your older home is configured in such a way that you face the longer side with your front door, your address, and your driveway, would the ADU still treat that side as the side yard?
Yeah, so the way the code is written right now is it's established that the shortest of the two street facing sides is the front yard. So even if a house is facing one way or the other, it doesn't matter.
So on the front side, the state doesn't have a problem. You can do 20 feet. Or if it's on a specific street, 16, whatever the front setback is.
Yeah.
But on the side, on the street side, they don't distinguish between the 16 and the 4. And so it could be 8 feet closer than any other part of the house.
Yeah, they just say you're your side yard, basically. And that broadly encapsulates street side yard in their interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, so if I was going to suggest, I would support the idea of looking into incentives. I would encourage you to consider everything from allowing fencing, taller fencing, closer to the property line than you currently do. I don't know for sure, but can fencing be close? Can 6 foot tall fencing be closer than 16 feet?
Only in a back-to-back corner lot configuration. In which case it's based on, I believe, 50 feet from the intersection, this point here.
Right.
And then you have 6 feet.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, because imagine if this guy builds a box right next to your front yard. This is maybe you allow some pretty nifty 2-story ADUs here. I mean, I don't know. I think there's this is a place where I just assume the architects would have more assistance. So maybe this is an opportunity for staff to reach out to the architects and say, hey, give us your best thoughts on how we overcome this problem, because what we really don't want is for every corner to do this, and it really will cause some issues. So maybe this is a good chance for you guys to reach out to the task force.
Other commission comments? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will go while other commissioners compose any thoughts they have. So I am supportive of staff moving forward with this concept and continuing to analyze it. And in the staff report, they've laid out 3 possible incentives. First, regarding the garage. Second, bonus FAR and or reduced setback. And third, 10-foot street side setback if combined for a house, if combined with the ADU, JADU. And I'd be supportive of that, except I've commented before that the street side yard, it's a frustration to me that that those corner lots have to not only give up I think it's 20 or 25 foot front yard, but 16 feet more on the side. And so I'd like to see all 3 of these incentives incentivizing for a 10-foot side yard, street side yard. The third one already is doing that. I'd like to see the first one, which staff states as, you know, if you'll keep it at 16 feet, then you can construct the new home with the ADU at the same time. I'd like to see that at 10 feet. And on the bonus FAR and reduced setbacks, they didn't really, staff doesn't describe in the staff report how many feet they were thinking. So my presumption is they were thinking of the standard 16. So what I'd like is I'd like to see us move with ADUs to a 10-foot street side yard. So I would be supportive of that.
Commissioner Heckman, can I ask a question? Can I get clarification? Were one of your suggestions in exchange for some distance, the front yard setback would go from 20 to 16? Maybe I just didn't understand.
No, I'm not touching the front yard setback. It's only basically creating 3 scenarios where there would be an incentive that would allow you to reduce the street side yard to 10 feet.
Got it. Okay, I understand.
All right, Commissioner Suma, you're next.
Yeah, I appreciate the corner lots really are tricky. So I think this needs to be looked at. I think A of the 3 solutions provided is kind of a no-brainer to me. If somebody's building a new house, why make them do that 2-step process? I'm less convinced about B, and I think C could be okay, but definitely A. So I think staff should look at this a little more and maybe come back with some ideas rather than us being totally prescriptive this evening.
Yeah, and maybe I can help to clarify that, I don't think our intention was to say it's one, or the other, but it could be also a combination of these things. And I think Chair Heckman, I think that's what maybe you at one point might have been suggesting is, potentially even a combination to better support, not just one of these things, but additional things on top of that.
Yes, Commissioner Olczak.
Okay, let me just ask this question because it's unclear to me, but is there a scenario where someone could build a ADU 4 feet from a front yard line?
No, so currently our understanding the state code is that it's specifically looking at the interior side and rear lot lines.
Okay. Okay. I need to look into that because I feel like I thought that that theoretically was possible. So I would suggest a few things while I was sitting here listening. Well, maybe we could have a greater bonus. Instead of what is our current 900, bump it up to 1200 to incentivize conformity. I would suggest to you that we're comfortable all over the city with 16 feet distance from what we call side street. And there are a number of houses where the orientations are kind of on and off depending on the length of the side, maybe depending on when they were built. And so maybe if we said that you could have 16 feet from either, because there's no distinguishing. If on one side you're 16, on the other side you're 20. Maybe we could say you could be 16 from each in exchange for conformity, because we've already gotten comfortable with 16 for so many houses, particularly the longer side of so many houses. And then I would say, here's a good opportunity for no impact fees. You know, money speaks. So those are 3 suggestions that you can consider.
Other commissioners? I'm not seeing any hands up. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I can move that the staff consider all of the suggestions we made tonight regarding incentives and try to put forward some proposals for us to review.
Second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowing. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Suma, your hand is up.
I was just gonna second it, but I think somebody else did. No, I think that seems like a reasonable approach, so I agree.
Nguyen, will you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Chair Heckman.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
You. All right, we have still a little bit of time, so we will move to item C2, retracting prior deed restrictions.
I think we also don't have a slide for this one. It's fairly straightforward in that, you know, it's something that staff can work on a process to do should the PTC think that's a good idea.
Commissioner Alchek.
Yeah, come on, this is a no-brainer. We shouldn't have done it at the time. It was a terrible tool to use use deed restrictions. They almost always are difficult to, they just create neighbor on neighbor, you know, problems. So yeah, we should, I move that the city figure out a way to just rescind those so that those few people who did this in the beginning aren't penalized for being early movers.
Commissioner Suma, I see your hand. Let me find out if you want a second, that's fine. Otherwise, let me see if there's a second for the motion.
I'll second it. I had my hand up before the motion, but I will second it. I think that makes sense. And I always felt that there should have been a waiver process for people who are going to be leaving their primary home for a year or 2 to work someplace else. So I think it makes sense. So I'll second it.
Commissioners? Commissioner Lowing?
Just a quick question. I have no problem with the proposal at all. I'm just wondering if by default, if it takes out those folks that were in there, if the new law takes care of the process.
That's a good question. I think the attorney's trying to speak to that. I think what it doesn't do though is remove it from their deed language that they have, and that might be a problem for them.
Yeah, the state law does not change the city's ability to require owner occupancy of, existing and prior, basically, units that were constructed or where permits were issued before 2020. So,
Okay, so we have to get it out of there or it'll just stay there.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
And yeah, it's basically the state law created a 5-year period from 2020 to 2025 where the city couldn't require owner occupancy. So if you built before 2020, or if you're, unless the law changes, if you come in after 2025, the city can require owner occupancy, but not within that 5-year stretch.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I have a question. I think retracting these prior deed restrictions will actually increase the supply of housing, because now maybe people are who thought they couldn't rent their ADU unless they were living in the main house, and maybe they didn't want to be living on the main house, so they wouldn't rent the ADU. But now they can move away without breaking the law and rent both. And so my sense is this will increase our housing stock. And I was wondering if staff had an impression one way or the other on that.
It's difficult to say exactly, but I think certainly that would track with, I think, some folks who would be more conservative about, again, wanting to stay on the right side of things. And certainly, as I think Commissioner Alchek was suggesting, if your neighbor knows you have this deed restriction and that you are renting and they don't have an issue with that, then it creates an enforcement issue, and that could become very messy, certainly.
Thank you. Commissioner Templeton.
I have a question about the deed restrictions, and maybe we can have another conversation offline, but if it's like just a matter of signing a notarized document to get certain deed restrictions removed, I can think of some other kinds of deed restrictions, or at least, non-enforceable documents that still have to be handed down from owner to owner that we may want to look at removing as a city. So I just want to throw that out there for future consideration.
Certainly. And part of what we'll learn as staff is just that process and how we would even set that up and effectuate that for this or other topics.
Yeah, I think that could be really beneficial on other levels, not ADU related. So I'll follow up with you guys offline about that.
Mr. Alchek?
Yeah, no, I just want to provide a little context. I have been lobbying against this for over 5 years since we enacted this. I've been the only commissioner who's opposed this tool. I will remind, for those of you who weren't on the commission, I said something to the effect of, imagine there was a real world example of a person who was renting out their ADU. They were like a Stanford family, and they were going to go teach it, they were going to go a year away, and they couldn't, and they had to basically remove this housing unit from the stock because they couldn't provide 2 places to rent, and just how shockingly absurd it was for us to have this rule. And if in 5 years we can eventually bring this rule back, I hope you will all remember that we shouldn't, and that this was a mistake back then. And I indicated how it would affect the housing stock, and there was a real example. And I feel very redeemed that it seems like all of you are in support of removing this now, really.
I don't see any other hands, and owing to the lateness of the hour, I'm pretty sure we have a motion with a second. We do. Good. All right, then I think we are ready, Mr. Newman, for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0 with 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you. So it's 10:45 and we have 1 item to go. So let's just power through it and get it done. So that item is the item C, Roman 3, flood zone height extension. Mr. Sauls.
Sure. So overall, what we currently have in our ordinance is that ADUs do not benefit from flood zone height extensions, as they're allowed to be built and constructed up to 16 feet in height. As we identified in the staff report, allowing for these units to gain additional height could provide additional impacts, massing and privacy to adjacent neighbors that would not otherwise normally be provided to any other sort of accessory building, like a garage or shed or studio. So the current benefit that we do provide for primary homes is that if you're in a flood zone, you're allowed to increase the height of your building to 1/2 of what's needed to reach your base flood elevation, which, if you have a 3-foot height increase that's needed, you'd be able to increase the house by 1.5 feet. Similarly, for daylight plane, we say that you can increase the amount commensurate to what the increase in BFE is needed. So if it's 3 feet height increase for BFE to meet the BFE, then you can do the same for your daylight plane. Right now, I think similar to what we had identified before in the staff report about impacts on how close these structures are and how much more of an impact it can be if they become taller than 16 feet, is where staff currently feel we don't need to make a modification to this, as it would, in terms of increasing the amount of height or providing for additional height increase, it would probably affect not so many projects that we'd be receiving in the city. So.
Thank you, Mr. Sauls. Mr. Prop, what can you tell us? What can you add from the task force?
Thank you. So just very briefly, I do want to ask maybe Mr. Sauls if he is aware of what the greatest flood zone height is in Palo Alto. Be helpful to explain that, I think.
I believe it's 38, I think it's AH 32.5 or something. It's either that or AH 10, if I remember correctly.
Which represents what height above the BFE?
So based on your elevation or your topographic elevation, you typically need to meet, if you're at 70 feet and your base flood elevation is 80 feet, and you obviously need to be increasing your house to meet that threshold.
Right, and I guess I was just asking briefly if you could share what is the greatest differential in Palo Alto that you're aware of? I'm aware of a 4.5 foot differential where the first floor elevation, because it's required to be 12 inches above the BFE, has to be 4.5 feet above the height of grade in the area, which means that you would only have 11.5 feet to build a structure in, which means that you would be more restricted in the construction of an ADU than you would in an accessory structure. And I just don't, again, I'd like to go back to what Commissioner Alchek had suggested on some earlier items. I think consistency is key here. And the idea of limiting an ADU on a property that is in a flood zone, and much of Palo Alto is a flood zone. Many of the properties that I work on are, and one of the properties I'm working on for an ADU right now is, this becomes a very, very difficult constraint. And so I'd like to encourage the commission to really consider their approach to this. Thank you.
All right, let's go to commission questions and comments. Commissioner Alchek.
Okay, I'll just say, I approached this flood zone thing from the following perspective, which is the flood zone homes really have sort of unique level of constraints. They're not allowed to build basements. They have quite restrictive rules about how they place their property. So from my perspective, homes in the flood zone that are, newly constructed, that are constructed properly, are built with this sort of higher threshold. And in theory, all the homes will be a little higher than everywhere else in Palo Alto. And I think that's like a small little, it's like we're giving them a little extra. And obviously it's not as if they didn't realize they were buying into a flood zone, but the point is that they have less options with their home. And in particular, I think, with the ADU, I just think, I guess what we're talking about here is if you had to, if that number is correct, let's say somewhere around 3 to 4.5 feet then you would basically be increasing the height of the ADU from 16 to a maximum of 17.5, or maybe 18 and a quarter. Because you take the increase of the floor and you take half of that. So if you increase the floor over grade by 3 feet, then you allow the main residence to have a total height 3 feet, 1.5 feet taller.
Right.
That's
So
correct.
in comparison, a single family home in Palo Alto can be 35 feet tall. Is that correct?
33.
33 feet tall. And if it was in the flood zone and had to be 3 feet taller, it could be a total of 34.5 feet.
Sorry, the maximum height is 30. Sorry, I misunderstood. 30 feet is the maximum height. 33 is the maximum you could get if you needed to increase it per BFE.
Okay, so there we go. 30 feet is the maximum height. You could go, and for every foot you raise your floor in that situation, because you're in a flood zone kind of scenario, you can raise your ceiling in that 30-foot height limit by half a foot. And so here we're talking about 16 feet. And if you had to raise your floor 3 feet, then you could theoretically go from, instead of 16 feet, to 17 and a half. I mean, to me, I don't think that's such a big deal. I don't even think it's that noticeable, to be perfectly honest, especially in a community where everything's a little taller. And so I agree with the suggestion that Randy Pop made about sort of consistency. It would look sort of odd if I guess your interior, I don't know. It just seems to me like you would want your interior floor heights to be sort of standard. And so, but I think the ADUs might all be very different than the main residences. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think particularly because you don't know if the back of the yard is sloping down, it could be even more impacted by the flood zone or less, who knows? I think you want to give people a little flexibility, because if you don't, we may not appreciate how that will actually play out on the architecturals, on the architect's desk. So I would defer to the architect on this one, and I would support a motion of applying the same rules to the main residence that we do to the ADU, considering that they're both dwelling units, as opposed to a garage, which is not a dwelling unit.
If I may, one just thing to add, it doesn't contradict your motion, Commissioner Alcheck, but just to note, there will be coming forward to City Council some updates to how we do the base flood elevation, and state law requires that we actually be 1 foot above the base flood elevation. Again, it's not a huge difference in height, but just to add that to the calculation. And so if we are treating the accessory dwelling unit the same as the main unit, that still would, continue. The parity over all dwelling units on the site would continue. But just another update that's coming and hasn't been implemented quite yet.
So are you saying that the new regulations would actually push floors higher? So basically what I hear you saying is we're keeping the ceilings at the same place, but we're pushing the floors higher. And it seems to me like that's just making ADUs maybe less comfortable.
No, I'm more saying that the way we have been regulating the height above the base flood elevation is changing. And so the state law is requiring that the floor be 1 foot above the base flood elevation for the homes. And so, we have to basically just lift everything up. So right now with the main home, we allow them to have some allowances. And so their floor just has to be higher. And so we're still working through how that would be updated and how that would all work. But if the direction from the commission is for us to continue working on how do we make sure the home and the accessory dwelling unit have the same restrictions, or rather the same allowances, just to note the allowances for the main home may change based on how we have to accommodate the state law. That's
I totally get it. And I think I would still make the motion that I made. And I would also just suggest to staff that, like, maybe in these flood zones, if you're reviewing it, you consider allowing interior fences, perimeter fencing to also increase by the same amount. I think you have a 6 foot height limit for interior fences, but if you've allowed ceilings to go up 1.5 feet, maybe you could allow fences to go up to 7.5 feet, and that might create that might offset the height of an ADU that's close to a perimeter fence. Something to think about.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Commissioner Alcheck has made a motion. Is there a commissioner who would like to second? Seeing no second, so the motion fails. Is there a commissioner who would like to speak? Commissioner Suma.
Thank you very much. Given what we just heard from Assistant Director Tanner, maybe it would be better to address this issue when we know what's happening, what's changing because of the state law. Like, we might make this decision when we understand how that's to the primary residence.
Certainly. Yeah, if Ms. French is available, she might be able to speak to what exactly the changes, maybe more eloquently than I have. But it is that, you know, we have been doing the 6 inches and that's not sufficient by the state. It needs to be a foot above the base flood elevation. So just to say that if in the motion that Commissioner Alchek made, it was more just saying that if the motion was to allow the ADU to have the same allowances as the home, the allowances of the home may change because we need to comply with the state's law. I see Mr. Yang is here.
Yeah, I think potentially, you know, the change that Assistant Director Tanner mentioned seems to be complicating the issue, but it really is just saying that, you know, what we considered to be the height that was required is going to be 1 foot higher. It doesn't really have much impact on the policy decision that, you know, the commission would be considering right now.
And another question is, I think Commissioner Alchek mentioned 17.5 feet. Is that the tallest an accessory ADU could be in the flood zone, is 17.5 feet?
So currently the ADUs are limited to 16 feet, regardless of their status in the flood zone. And what's being put before the commission right now is, you know, do you want that height, maximum height, to be increased when you're in the flood zone?
I'm trying to determine what that maximum increased height would be.
Sure. I guess if you had a base flood elevation that was 4 feet above grade, and now we'd be looking at, you know, the first floor having to be 1 foot above that, so 5 feet above. Adding 50% of that to the 16 feet would take it up to 18.5.
18.5. Thanks.
Commissioner Lowey.
I'm happy to defer to you, Chair Hackman, if you have a number of things to say first.
I do have some comments. So,
Okay, go ahead.
all right. But before I do that, Commissioner Templeton, you want to wait or?
I do not want to weigh in on this at this time.
Okay. All right. So on this one, I am supportive of the staff recommendation, which would basically be to stop pursuing this issue. I guess thinking about what Commissioner Alchek said, I think it would be true that all the houses in the neighborhood might be a little taller in a flood zone if we had any new neighborhoods in Palo Alto that had been built, you know, recently, but we don't. I live in a flood zone neighborhood, and the homes on both sides of me are single story. They're not built up. And I think that if I put in my backyard a 17 foot or 18.5 foot tall structure, that's really going to impact their experience in their backyard more than, you know, I mean, it's enough that 16 feet is going to impact them, but then to put it, you know, 2 feet higher, just these are 6,000 square foot lots. So I think that we don't have, I think in our earlier item on privacy, we're looking at different rules for the second floor of an ADU than we are for the second floor of a residence. And so I think it's okay here, as staff is suggesting, to not have the same rules that we apply for our main residence in terms of flood zone height increases, to not roll those over to the ADUs. So those were my thoughts in support of staff's recommendation. Commissioner Lowing?
Yeah, I see both sides of this, and I think that it's not a super material change either way. Very respective of the staff position on this. So if they wanted to rethink this and come back and say, okay, let's do it, that's fine. But I'm sort of persuaded by Chair Heckman's comments that we're probably okay the way we are, and probably a little bit ahead of the game for the reasons that he stated.
Commissioner Olchek.
Commissioner Chair Heckman, I wonder if you would be amenable to asking staff to come back with some information regarding the possibility that a home in Palo Alto could be in a situation where they would have to elevate 5 or 6 feet or more, and it would put them in a position where there's the top of their ADU had to be no more than 10 feet from the bottom of the structure, which could create development issues. And so I wonder if you would be willing to sort of say, look, we're not going to increase heights, but if you're in such an impacted site and you want to create, an ADU, the minimum height is, 11 feet for the ADU. So at least for the situation and scenario we can't imagine right now, we won't have a situation where a guy goes, well, I can't build anything that's north of 9 feet. And that's impractical because I have to have a ceiling joist and I have to have floor joists. And now I'm in a unit that's 7.5 feet tall, or something like that. So I guess it doesn't need to be like a 1-for-1, 1.5 feet, half the feet on the residence and the ADU, but maybe something that says, well, if you're really impacted because you're in this flood zone and it's significant, we'll allow you to come up a little bit, something reasonable.
Let's see. Commissioner Lowing, why don't I let you go first, and then I have a thought. You're muted. There you go.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, all right. So I'm wondering if staff already has an answer to that they can provide us here. I guess I had been understanding staff's proposal, maybe misunderstanding it as, really relating to the maximum height for ADUs being 16 feet. And that if I want to build a 1-story ADU in a flood zone, I still get a full 1-story on top of half of the BFE plus 1 foot.
Yes, that's correct.
That's the way our ordinance currently works. So we don't need to change our ordinance to make that so.
Yeah, we wouldn't need to make a change to enact that. Is that the question?
I'm sorry. Can you ask can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Just so we clear, if you had to build 6 feet above grade, or let me just be even more exaggerated. If you had to build 7 feet, if you had to start your structure 7 feet above grade, which is so insane, but if you had to build your structure 7 feet above grade, you could build it 10 feet tall, ADU, or would you have to make sure that the top from grade was below 16? Because that's how I'm understanding this.
That is correct. I think, though, that scenario, I don't know that would exist under the current flood zone and the greatest flood zone.
I'm not saying it does. I'm saying my proposition to the chair was maybe we could just maybe you guys have a map that says, well, here's the biggest, here are all the, I don't even know what that term is, BFE. Here's the map of everything. Yeah. And the biggest one is 6.5 feet. And in that scenario, you wouldn't be able to build more than a 10.5 foot tall ADU, which means an interior space of maybe 8. And that, I don't know, so that's sort of my question is maybe you could just let us know how many properties are impacted like that, and we can then.
If the commission wanted, we could, when we return with the other items or with this package, just verify what's the highest base flood elevation in Palo Alto, and would that BFE allow for at least a, what's the height, interior height or exterior, I guess, of that ADU, would it get to 9, 10, 11 feet? Would it be too cramped? Kind of is what I'm understanding the concern, right? That someone would have a really low ceiling ADU that would be uncomfortable and not really ideal. We can do that if that's of interest.
So I guess I'll address the concept. I'm not seeing any other hands. I'm not adverse to getting better informed on that. I do think that if there are places where it is potentially, if you built an ADU, you would be cramped. I think that would be a classic opportunity for a grantable variance, because there a physical characteristic of the property was making it necessary to get some relief from strict application of the height limitation. So I'm okay with going through the exercise, but even if we learn that there's a place with 7 feet, I think that's a place where we're going to get a future variance application. So I guess, Mr. Alchek, do you want to? Does that satisfy you? Or
Yeah,
do you
that satisfies me. That satisfies me. I'm sure that if there's somebody out there listening to this and they feel like, they'll probably write us a letter. So I like to just throw those ideas out there to make sure that we're not missing some kind of, big fish that they come back and they go, it's a whole street block or something,
So then, are you comfortable?
I'm very comfortable
with a motion that the staff shouldn't carry this further?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I'll support it, but I'm comfortable with where you're at and I don't need to modify it.
Does anybody want to make that motion, or hopefully nobody will mind if I do, given the lateness of the hour? I will move staff's recommendation on this item, that they don't continue to analyze this further. Is there a second? I see your fingers up, Mr. Lowry. Are you seconding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to your second?
Wasn't any sort of sign besides that.
Okay.
No, I think you've outlined it correctly, and I think your escape valve to the objections was appropriate. That is clearly going to be a variance situation.
Any other discussion by commissioners on the motion? Mr. Nguyen, can you conduct a roll call vote?
Commissioner Alchek,
Nay.
Chair Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 4-1 with one commissioner missing.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, commissioners and staff, for getting us through this lengthy agenda item almost on time. I don't think that there's anything left of that. And so now we can move to approval of minutes. So we have revised January 27th draft PTC meeting minutes. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. I think that was, I think you were hidden there. That was, I think, Commissioner Alchek. Okay, second,
Second.
Mr. Nguyen?
Commissioner Alchek,
Aye.
Chair Heckman,
Aye.
Commissioner Lowing. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 with one commissioner absent.
Thank you. Committee items. Are there any committee items?
XCAP wrapped up today and will be presenting to council next month. Philip mentioned that earlier. If you have any questions, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton. Anyone else? Commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future agenda items. Ms. Tanner, do you have anything?
For our next agenda, we will have a pretty good night. We have the NVCAP coming back to us, as well as the objective standards, which you may remember we did, I think, a study session maybe this time last year on objective standards. So that is coming back after much work from the ARB. So looking forward to that.
All right. I am going to once again postpone our brief discussion on how's it going on Zoom. Maybe we'll get it done next time, although as we just heard, we're going to have a packed agenda then too. So we will see. So I do want to thank staff for their work this evening. I also want to thank the task force for its efforts and contributions on this ADU item. It was greatly appreciated, and I particularly appreciated Mr. Pop, you staying with us tonight and providing color to some of these issues as we move through them. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners and members of the public, and we are adjourned. Thank you.